ECB's Lagarde says the ECB to present bank simplification proposals December 11th. Bessent says Fed presidents were meant to be from their district.
Give me a few minutes here. I'll be on in just a moment. I'm doing exercises this morning, so I got to get ready for the show too. Been chatting inside the Discord here. We're kind of locked in here for the rest of today. I'll show you some of this here in a bit, but this is actually kind of bullish. I wasn't expecting this dump this early this morning. This implies, of course, that as Gamma unwinds on Wednesday opex, we could potentially rip faces off. So this is actually a pretty good sign. I was expecting actually an unwind to the downside later in the day to break through this, but this early selling here leads me to believe that there's fear from Theta Gang that we can unwind to the upside. So I'm interested to see if that's the case. We actually break up and out and not down at 130
Wells Fargo
today.
Initiates coverage with
around here, like
overweight
we'll
rating.
check around 130 here and see if we break to the upside or if we break down.
Bessent says certain sectors of the economy have weakened, need interest rate cuts.
But this is indicative of a this dumping right here. This is definitely someone that has a bunch of spreads out there, and they want us right in the middle until close to the end of the day. So I'm actually excited for an upside move. We'll see if this can propel us to the upside and take out those highs we're looking for up here. My mic sounds weird today, doesn't it? Check 1, 2. Hello, hello. Give me a minute here, guys. Yes, 680. Yes,
says I'm very optimistic about the economy next year.
There is a little bit of stuff down here, 678, 58. We can watch this closely. We haven't been able to tag this at all. And there's one more underneath it. Hold on here.
Bessent says China is the perfect candidate to complete soil buying goal.
We can clean all this out, but I don't think we can just yet. I don't think we can clean this stuff out unless we get an unclench, midweek unclench. And this is leading me. I don't like seeing this early. This makes it more bullish in my eyes, not bearish. So we'll see what's up. If we were on a high heading into this, like,
to keep every part of the deal with the US.
More concerned with a downside move. So, see how this goes. Should probably put these down here. Hold on. I'll show you where this is right here. So this is the push up right here. This is where they bought it all. Let's go back and look over here. One way or another, we're gonna get you.
Bessent says he won't answer hypotheticals on China-Taiwan invasion.
There's like two. This is basically the line right here. This is where they last were right here. 678.58. So we're already on that one.
Bessent says Taiwan should view U.S. position as unchanged.
I don't think we take it all the way back here. I don't believe that we're getting down here to 660, 677. Maybe we swipe this right here. I don't think so, though. I really don't. Maybe.
In 5 minutes' time, we're expecting the US S&P Services PMI final
It's over
forecast
here.
55, unchanged from the prior, with a range of
It's already being bought
55.5
up. You see it?
to
Like all this shit's being bought up.
54.8. US S&P Composite PMI
let me
final
just show you
prior
this real quick. Let me mute
54.8.
this here for a
Voice
minute.
news disconnected.
Turn this shit off. Just so you know, we're wound into a sideways trade here. And you can see right here, it's like sell, right? Sell, sell, sell. But then, of course, it's also buy this, buy this. And the market's being stared right now for complex spreads. We shouldn't go anywhere today. There's a chance we could go if we were on a high at like 130. There's potential for us to go down. I got it marked off here in yellow. Like we can go up here maybe and dump. That'd be nice. But I don't like this early morning dumping because this means someone's afraid it's gonna rip and fucking get the fuck out of here too early. Which you don't want that either. You kind of want it to be right in here. Somewhere in here, 80 or whatever. 80 is a hard one to break too, just like 85 is hard to break. I should probably put a white line there too, but 685, 680 is gonna be hard to break. It's like they just dumped just enough to keep us parked here just long enough. So we'll see what happens around 1:30 this afternoon, maybe after. I'm a little bit more bullish than I was yesterday, seeing this early dump here. So there's some fear of a breakout on the unwind, the midweek opex unwind. So we'll see what happens. Don't look too much at any of this stuff. If you really want to look into something, this right here is what you really want to be watching. So let's say we unwind midweek, and we do some stupid shit like this. Not right. I mean, I guess some of you guys, I gotta do this shit. Like, let me bring this over here because you guys will be like, "Oh, dude, he just wrote that at 10:30." Like, we broke down, let's say over here, and then made another low. I would start getting to that. Hey, man, we're gonna do that thing to the downside. But and I was hoping for the tag up here, like tag that high stuff, and then dump it all the way down here. But this sure as shit is looking like there's some fear on that upside move coming too early. Like ramp it up here and then bye-bye, we're out of here. So once that unwind comes into play, it could move us higher. So this looks like more control, early danger for these spreads to print. So there's some fear of an upside unwind, not a downside in my view. This dump definitely shows that they know the market is supportive. So if I had a big complex spread on, I would dump shares right before the open here. So this is more than likely either a hedge fund or a bank of some kind in a large trade. And, retailers follow along with this stuff too. I think we talked about this pretty extensively yesterday. We'll go into it more in depth today. And there's a bunch of implications here. Like, there's a ton of implications here for the collar and for opex and whatever the unwind looks like into the end of the year. People will be paying attention to this one, and they'll be paying attention to a few other key dates. I think we've already reviewed a bunch of those, like the Fed put and shit. That shit comes up in a week. So if the market can get underneath for that, preferable in my view. But talk more about it in a bit. Let's take a shower here. Like, I did my dead hangs this morning. I've been chatting with the Discord, and I just need to get ready for the show. One way or another. Put this just like this here, so you can see where they are. This is also why yesterday I was asked, why do you keep saying 680 like the low? To put a call spread on, and it's for this reason right here. You want to get it as deep as possible so that if you're going to get a print, my thesis here is we're going to print this upside once we unwind. We're going to hit that upside, and then we can start dumping. because you're tipping your wick up there, just telling them, hey, we'll be back. Because we're going higher. I mean, we're not. I don't think we're crashing, so we don't have to do that. But there's probably a 70% chance that's happening. I would take that bet over. I would take that upside bet for where we are, like in contextually. I would take that upside bet every time, even if it didn't happen. And I would consistently take that trade. But we probably got to wait for that shit to happen either 1:30 to close today or Thursday or even Friday. If we get wound into Friday, I'm going to be fucking shocked. It's possible. We could do. There is a pop potential. I mean, I don't want to say this is going to happen, but there's a potential for like swinging down here, but not maybe unlocking it and then coming straight back up, print that shit up here, and then you get the dump into like the weekend or something to the downside. There's pop potential for that. Like unlock this, come right back up here, hit your highs you need to hit. So now you've completed both sides. You've completed the ability to go lower, and you're completing the ability to go higher. And then we actually go lower, and then come right the fuck back up there to tag out the all-time high. Remember, this is all a game of, this is all a game of inflection points, right, to some extent. So we'll watch this as the day progresses here. Dude, my voice was so sexy yesterday. I had some time for my voice to rest, and now my voice this morning sounds like shit. Give me just a minute here. I'll be right back with you guys. One way. I'll be on just a minute here, guys. One way or no. Oh, green bar. Oh. What did we say yesterday? Call spreads on lows, right? One way or another. I'm gonna get you one way. You know, this is not a slight, but hold on one second here. I keep I don't know if I show this on stream ever, but I'm a simple man. I don't do the disposable wipes. I keep just like tissue paper and some Windex. I clean my glasses every morning here. Normally I do it off screen. I think I went over this pretty in depth yesterday. And I know that there we go. I know that we'll go over these things over the course of a day, and I layer it, you know, like start in the morning and then layer our way through a concept. Some of you are here for the entire day. Some of you are not. Some come when you can and leave and come back when you can. So if you're ever here all day long, you'll sometimes hear me repeat concepts or layer them with more information as the day goes forward. And the reason that I do that is for a lot of different reasons. One, it's for those that are watching all day long to have a more firm grasp of market awareness. Second, I know that some of you have to come and then you have to go. You've got other things you got to do. Can't be here all day long. You know when I noticed that was this past Monday, because I didn't take last week as a vacation. I didn't take Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Friday on vacation last week. So there's people that were on vacation last week that are like, why the fuck is he not here? And I'm like, I was here during vacation. You know what I mean? So I realize that you can't be here all the time. And I also realize that if you're not here a lot and I say something, more than likely we've been discussing it all day long. So if you're like here for an hour or two and I'm like this, and this, more than likely I've already spent a ton of time on that same concept unless something breaks. So yesterday, so I'm a little out of breath. I've been working out and stretching and all that kind of stuff. So yesterday we were discussing, well, actually this morning I posted some bear porn. Let me show you this bear porn here. Let's start with that. So I posted this morning. And this looks obvious, doesn't it? Man, I mean, if you have like, you're like, maybe not this, but this is obvious, right? Downside move, right? Back test this whole entire thing. It's very common too. When you break out from a downtrend, and especially near an opex, it's very common to backtest all this stuff and then, you know, start breaking out or whatever. But how do we get there? Or how do we get there is the bigger question. The bigger question is like, how do we actually get down here? What does it take? And what is going on in here before we can get down there? And you also want to think about a few other things. You want to think about a few different things. You want to think about, why are we here? Right? You can just start right there. You know, is this the bottom? If this was the bottom, or if this was not the bottom, we should sell right here, right? And continue down. Isn't that a fair assumption? I mean, otherwise we'd be doing this all the time, right? I mean, we were rolling down, we're rolling rolling up here. We got a little bit up and immediately sold, right? And there's a key point about this here, this one in particular. So if you look back here and you look at this prior high right here, you kind of have to like nail it. You got to poke your head up. And we failed to do that, didn't we? We did. And as a matter of fact, this, I believe, was Veterans Day. We went up on Veterans Day, and then we failed to get up, I think. It was Veterans Day. So it went up, bunch of liquidity. We failed, and right here we said, get the fuck out. Because why? We needed to go higher. We can't be rolling and fading like that. Now, Close all that out. Close all that out. We broke out of trend here. So a lot of you were like, we just want to blood this and back test this, then you can do your thing. And then some of you were like, yeah, then we're going to go down here and crash all that, right? This is really what they want, right? That person saying that to you, that's really what they want. They don't want just the back test here. They want it all the way to fuck down here and, crash the whole market and stuff like that. So you can't trust who you're talking to and that stuff. The other thing here too is something that we have in play right now that is unusual is time of year, seasonality. And then we have yearly trades being wrapped up. We have 6-month trades being wrapped up. We have quarterly trades being wrapped up. And this is big. You're talking about people that have shorted a stock all year long. They got to lay off it at some point. You got people that are long all year long. They got to take profit at some point. You've got stonks that are never coming back. All right, tax loss harvesting. You've got stonks that have done well but haven't outperformed. So you got to rotate into that stuff. You've got the indexes in particular have a bunch of, I want to say like, how do I explain it? The way I always look at it is like clutter. I always think of it like clutter. I used to take a lot of assignments. Even when I was doing the show, I took a lot of assignments. And I would come into an end of a quarter and I couldn't trade anymore. I had money tied up all over the fucking place. I'd have like money tied up in stocks. I have money tied up in spreads and legs that I left on spreads that started out simple and then grew into complex spreads. Assignments. I'm long this, I'm long that because I didn't want to eat this fucking thing on a bad trade. And so I come into the end of a quarter and I didn't have a lot of money to spend. It was all tied up. And so when you come into the end of the year, there's a big wind in the market. And so when you're just looking at this right here and you look at what the expectation was coming into Monday open, there was potential for a gap up. I believe this was Friday right here. And so the idea is that you're going to gap up on a Monday morning and then sell down, whether it's up here to get, why are we thinking that? Even though they sold Sunday, why are we thinking that? Take a guess. It's for Theta Gang. Like Theta Gang wants to sell you calls on a high. So they either had to do it on Friday or Monday in a gap up. And that's what they would have done. If we had gapped up on Monday, they would have sold you calls on a gap up here, knowing that we were going to plunge. And then they would have sold you puts down here, made themselves a nice little condor or a fly, depending on how wide they wanted to make it. And then they would know that until at least Wednesday, you're going to bounce around in here. You actually could bounce around in here, believe it or not, till Friday. Not only that, you could unlock new highs like we're looking for back here. If we didn't do it on Monday, open, right? And we could also unlock a low down here. And so what does that mean? It means, don't worry, bro, we're going to come back up here and trade all this up here. And we're going to go down here too. So we hit that down there, then we hit this up here. And it all kind of like solves itself, doesn't it? We're not really working with this stuff over here. I don't really care about that. I don't think anyone else does. The only thing we're working on right now is what? The only thing we're working on right now is what? Tell me. I just told you, right? Working on this. That's it. That's all we're working on. Just this right here. And this is a very common thing. You'll hear this as a consolidation or distribution for a breakout or a breakdown. And that is true, but why are we doing that? What is the function in there? How much time do we spend in these places? And what time of year is it? And have we already made this big giant move up here, right? This is a big giant move, right? You need some time to consolidate or back test or proof that the way is higher from here. Maybe a look above would be nice, right? You make the look above, then you come back down, you unlock this, you go down here, and then we're boom, boom, up, and we're out of here, right? Clean up all this shit and clean up all this shit over here, and then we can start moving higher. If this is the low, then the way is higher, right? That's what it is. Now, in this particular time of year, for some reason, hold on a second. This particular time of year, in this consolidation phase, normally I would say the way is lower. And we could probably do that now to Friday, near close today. Like 1:30 this afternoon until Friday close, and next week, probably do that. But there are some things that are left behind. You know, the highs are left behind on this prior high over here. If we don't hit that, that would create fear. And I don't mean normal fear. I mean like real fear. So we got to pay attention to, do we hit those highs or not? Because this could easily then turn into down there. If we fail this one right here, it would create panic in the market. Now, if we hit this one, then we immediately sell and we start blasting down here. Or even if they fake us out a couple times, you know, so we start blooding down here, we unlock the lower, and you're like, oh, dude, we're going down. So you're in puts, but you don't have your second new low. And then we all of a sudden squeeze up here. Uh-oh. And all the bulls are now excited. So you got all the put buyers down here. You got all the call buyers thinking we're going up here. And then you actually send it down over here, jackknife it down, get some nice liquidity. And you've fulfilled this side over here. You're not breaking down anymore. And then all of a sudden you're right back up and away and out of here. And this is probably the way it's going to work. Not guaranteed, but probably. This is probably the mean outcome, something like this. Now, the only thing that I can't see right now is, do we come back down here and just suck up all those puts? And then we're boom, 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 out of here. There's some potential for that. You see it a lot in like end of year kind of stuff. Window dressing kind of stuff, maybe create too much panic this late in the year. And then the other thing we have to worry about right now is the end of quarter, QuapX. This is like a year X too, and a 6-month X. It's like quarterly OPEX, 6-month OPEX, year OPEX. And there's a lot of unwinding, as I discussed with you earlier, that needs to be done that can make the market trade wildly with wild ass outcomes. So I think we discussed this yesterday, where I don't know how deep this goes. I gave you a range down here. It's like, yeah, we can go way down there. We can go right here. We can go right there. And this is where it gets really funky, is inside of these other things. We've got VIXI, Vixpiration here. Fed fucking put. I'm writing Fed fucking put because people are like, well, you get a cut, but it might be a hawkish cut. The dollar unwind trade. You know, the this and that, and the doom and the gloom. And I'm like, well, the fucking Fed is not, they're not going to shit on your Christmas intentionally. Just tell you right now. It's not going to happen like that. We have a gamma bar at 7,000. That's acting like a magnet at this point. We're going to look at the collar too today. There's actually, the selling this morning made me more bullish, believe it or not. I really wanted to see, my thesis here was that we would come up here and nail this stuff into Wednesday or something. Thursday, Friday. I really don't care if it's like the end of the day on one Wednesday. Or just like crank this up and then start selling. That was my thought. Now, we sold before we got to open in a low liquidity environment. This is manipulation. They're afraid that if we run up here too early, the market could run away from us to the upside. So someone is afraid of upside, not downside, is my point. Knowing that we're likely going to grind up, and continue to float higher and 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 higher at some point. And why is that? We have a magnet, 7,000. We have a magnet, 7,000. We don't have a magnet at 6,000. We're not negative gamma. We haven't had enough real money selling and outside of hedging enough like a weight to the downside. Now, we're not hedged enough, but we're not like lopsided with puts and real money selling. So the way is higher and the end of the year is higher. Now, you got to look for some events that could potentially give us some downside volatility. What are those? Your Fed hawkish cut, maybe? That's a stretch. The dollar trade? I think Japan's going to play ball with us until we get out of price, 7,000 or end of month, or the market will. Why would you unwind a trade early? I need to wrap my head around this. So you've got a trade on a dollar trade, right? You borrow cheap, right? You buy expensive. Or you convert and then buy expensive, right? Buy a bunch of tech stonks somewhere else. Why in the fuck would you be unwinding that trade just when you're about to be paid in it? I'm trying to wrap my head around that. Well, we're going to unwind the dollar. I'm like, wait a minute. Aren't you at least going to get the print? You've been asking for 7,000 now for how many fucking months? You're just going to give up at the end of the year? That's so fucking bizarre. Well, Abe's going to do this. I'm like, no, Abe's not going to do shit. Everyone's aware. Everyone's aware. Everybody. Japan's aware. There's hedge funds all over the world. They're going to get paid first. Then they'll do the unwind. That's what they're going to do. It's the end of the fucking year. Shit doesn't start until after an opex. I've told you before, wars don't even start until the end of a co-opex or even monthly opex. The U.S. will literally wait to wage war knowing when opex is. That's a reality. Until the streets can wrap their trades up. This is where some of this, the market is fake, comes into play. You're not going to fuck with their trade. That used to happen, but it doesn't happen anymore. It hasn't happened since when? 87? Indubitably, it hasn't, has it? We blow up funds sometimes. We'll blow up banks sometimes, but that's usually for other nefarious, stupid shit they're doing, right? Generally speaking, the market trades, or it has moments where it can move. It's weird. Like at the start of a year, it can really move. As the year moves on, it moves less and less and less and less, like outside of a range. And then every quarter, when you put a collar on, you're saying, I want it to work within this window here. You can have this area. And then they're like, oh yeah, in a month within that quarter, you can only work in this area here, and in a week you can work in this area, and a day you can work in this area. Right? And even if you go out of that range, say you go 2 sigma move, you're still going to get sucked back in. Or for the next week, we're going to roll options, right? And open up more downside. So like your playground is kind of defined. And the closer that we get to an end of a year, an end of a quarter, that playground actually begins to what? Shrink. It really shrinks. you're talking about all of this shit that's gone on all year long and in a quarter, and you're looking for some kind of gotcha moment, burn everything down. Probably isn't going to happen. You could burn it down. I mean, if you hit like 7,000 today, yeah, you could burn it down. You could burn it right down into opex so it's flat again where it needs to be, and then burn it down afterwards. You could do that. Or if you trade up into a high enough high in the option chain, you print everybody out, and then you start sending it down, and it looks like hell. It's not really going to happen. It's kind of like when you ever notice when a bear market and you're in quarterly opex coming into fourth quarter, it's usually a bloodbath down into that opex. It's usually brutal. We just like crash down. And it's like new lows, new lows, new lows, new lows. And it's the same thing in the inverse of that. When we're in a bull run, 9 times out of 10, that's what's going on. And even if in a bull run, the outlier, we've typically fucking just mooned all year long. So like an all year long, all the way the fuck up, and then we're selling down into where we need to be. So we'll go over the collar today. We'll go over the collar today. I want to show you just one quick thing here. So this is kind of what you need to know here. Let me get rid of this for a minute here. We'll come back to this. I just don't want it to show up on here. And I was being asked yesterday, like, hey, should I get long into the close? And I said no. I said that was valid earlier today. And why was it valid earlier in the day? And as a matter of fact, I missed my trade yesterday. I was a little greedy yesterday. Why did I not get my trade yesterday? First, it didn't fill. And they rolled it down a little bit more, and I was like, oh, I want to get greedy. I want to get the low lows if I can. And what low was I looking for yesterday? I was looking for this. To snap under trend. Right there. I was actually looking for this to happen yesterday. I actually wanted a little bit lower. But why was I saying like buy 80? Buy 78, buy 80 yesterday? Why did I say that? Because I knew we're tied in. We didn't go nowhere. Well, this is our poop island up here. These are the buyers right here. We're up here. They come back in, right? They buy again. So the buyers step in again. Now we got a trend. What are they going to do in this trend? What are they going to do? They're going to buy it. They're going to buy the trend. They're even going to buy this line. They're probably going to buy this one too. I don't like buying down here, but they're going to buy down here. What did they do today? They bought down here again. Buy, 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 buy. And there's a lot of you out there that are like, well, this is a bear flag cap. I'm like, yeah, it might be, but you know what happens on bear flags? They ramp this shit, and then it's party time to the downside. And this time of year right now, if we were to fail to hit this one up here, do you guys want to see a bull market into February? We can do that. Is this what you want to do? You bears out there, you guys want to get the bear market started or no? Because if you don't hit this one, talking about new highs into February, maybe even March. You want to fuck around in here all year long, or do you want to like wrap this shit up? I mean, when do you want to wrap it up? Do you want to wrap it up January or March? You think that we never come back here? That's not what's happening. A very, very small chance of that. So, I mean, it's possible, but more than likely you're going to see some kind of a tap up here, and then we want to see if we can get down. More than likely. If you're going to buy a call here yesterday, what did I say to you as well? I said buy a call spread, right? Don't fuck around with 0 to 8 calls. Don't fuck around with any of that bullshit. Why? Because I knew you could be slapped down at any time. And we started racing here inside of the after hours, right? When I pair in after hours, pre-market, minute, no reason given. Straight down. So if you're adding down here, you can probably make some good money. Now, there are some of you that say, well, Cap, why don't you take the top side too? Like, Cap, why aren't you selling up here? I'll tell you why. I am afraid of the rip first. You understand what I'm saying there? Like, I think your edge is buying the dip. Your edge in selling is lower, or once we get up here. If we get up here and tag that shit, I'd be like, yeah, you got an edge here selling this and not buying it. And you got a bigger edge even lower down here. So we're grinding higher highs, even that's a higher high. So personally, I would prefer to be a seller up here. If we fail to get a new high, maybe even 90. Believe it or not, whoop, we're up there. Even 90, I think we can go. I do. We can go there before we even roll down. And whatever that is, I'll sell that, I guess. We can go all the way up here. Let me show you where we can go. We can go right up here. We can actually have a runaway market to the upside right now. There's a lot of potential for that right now. An upside, unclench, not downside, but upside. I think that's very viable. Failure of 690, failure of all-time highs. I think that's very viable into Friday. Very viable. Yes, sir. And then smack the fuck down over here. That's very, 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 very possible. So the bias is to the upside. And wherever this begins to roll, whether it's here or over here, that's where my bias would begin to be looking down. Now, how does my bias begin to look down on a failure? It's right here. There's a few things you need to see here. So, like, this is where the buyers are. Buyers are on trend. Buyers on this 4-hour. Buyers are right here. So they're going to buy this. They're going to buy this. And they're going to buy this. To do what? To go up. That's bear flag, Cap. I know it is. So you go up, you pop that stuff, then you come down, right? Let's say you hit this one right here. What would I need to see? What I need to see. So I know they're going to sell this. They sold that. They sold this. Sold that. They sold this. Cap, they keep selling that. Okay, so what do I need for this to work? I need an unclench. I need options go to die. When do those happen? Wednesday, Friday, and sometimes an event or data. But data, I like price sometimes. Like I want to see a price on a high or price on a low when that data drops. I'd like to sell down in an NFP or sell up in an NFP. You know, you get a Fed meeting coming up down here and you're doing this goofy shit. And then you're fading, let's say, into a Fed meeting. And I'm like, man, you haven't broken trend yet, bro. And all of a sudden you got a happy fucking Fed man and he's up here pushing you higher and they sell it down again. All of a sudden you got the all-time high, you're back down again, but you're not at 700, just grinding the whole way here. What would I need to do to be a seller down here? I would need to see some kind of like, fuck you right here. I need to see a fuck you right here. And then I need to see a fuck you right here. And I'm still not a seller. Still not a seller. I need to see the new low. That's how much work needs to be done. That's how much work needs to be done to sell this shit right now. That's a lot of goddamn work. There's a fuck ton of buyers in here. They're right here. They're right here. They're even right here, believe it or not. Maybe not right here. Hopefully everybody panic in here and we start selling. There's your original buyers. So if you're looking for that, oh my God, we're going to have that moment. I doubt it's right now. I would prefer to sell that on, some fucking strength up here and be like, fuck yeah, get it back down in there. And then we can talk about, now I'm out. Cha-ching. The FOMO sellers come in. I'm like, what are they doing? They get sucked back up and fucked around. They start telling me it's going to crash. Finally start breaking down, and I'm like, I'll join you now. And then I'm down there with you. So, where are we going? Up. What's the easiest trade? Not selling the highs. I mean, I know I know that we're going sideways, but where's the biggest edge? Buy a low. That's the easiest trade. So you bought this low down here yesterday morning. You're also looking for a price target, and you're looking to what? Kill theta, right? Kill time. Spreads kill two things: time and price. And they got to buy deltas back on this shit, so you're gonna get they're dumping like this, they're gonna buy the deltas back, right? All of a sudden there's no more pressure on that call anymore. And you're coming into an unwind at 1:30 this afternoon, 4 p.m., when all those calls go to die. And you're in a call spread. Probably make some money, right? Money. I think we said 680 to 685 right here. That's all we need. So you're buying a 680, 685 call spread expiring on Wednesday or Friday. And all you need it to do is go whoop. Ching. That's 100% trade. For fucking around and doing nothing. Gives you a goddamn thing. I just made 100%. I'll do a fucking thing. And you're in the money. You're not in the money right now, but you're doing pretty good right here. And you're killing time. Right? And even if we go down here and then come back up, your calls are looking pretty again, aren't they? You don't care, just killing time. So, this is a time period when you see stuff like this. Even on Friday, we knew that even if we went up on Monday, it would be short-lived. Bam, then down. Now, they came in early. That must have pissed off some of Theta Gang, huh? Hoping for that little bit of a bump up here to throw some more sold calls on it. And they know that they can sell puts down here. They would love to get down here, right? Sell some more puts. Sucked right back up again. They know, though, that what's going to happen. Theta Gang also knows that it gets risky. Like 1:30 in the afternoon, close today, gets risky. If they see a sell at, let's say in a high today, they see a sell, they can get this down into Thursday, Friday. They'll be stoked. They can also roll their position if they get hung up here or something. They close the put side for money. They close the call side, roll the calls out, leave the puts burning down here, make more money. So they have some options in here too. They come up here and try to sell 88 or 90, still the sold puts. If they don't see the roll until 90, let's say they don't see the roll until 80, 89, or 88 and a half, let's say. They'll close the puts, sell a bunch of calls, suck us right back down in here, and rinse and repeat, right? Sold calls get closed, and then they'll watch to see what happens in here. Oh, nope. I can't sell any more calls from right here yet. I can't sell puts yet either. Oh shit, they made a new high. Okay, start selling puts again. So, you'll notice on this show, it attracts two kinds of people. It attracts directional traders and lots of theta gang. They are quiet in the background. They don't talk a lot. You'll hear like the bears will come in and tell you doom and shit. But most of these guys don't talk. They know that this show is looking for market awareness, right? When do we break out? When do we break down? When you start selling calls? When you start selling puts? That's why. So it kind of makes this show special, I kind of think. But and the rest of the people out there are constantly the noise, right? We're gonna break down, bro. We're gonna crash. We're gonna moon. And those guys don't interfere with you. Those guys are quiet. Those guys already know what's really going on. Probably your best bet, buying a low. So I said yesterday morning, I said, good place to buy a low. I got greedy and left behind. I got asked in a day, should I buy this or something, maybe over here or something? I was like, nah, I like this low. I like as low as I can get. And I like the more time I can get. And then this morning in the Discord, what did I say to you in the Discord this morning at 9:20? And I said, you probably want to buy the open, but give it a few minutes to reprice the calls, right? Where are we at right now? We just ripped up here, right? Just ripped right up to a target, right? See it right there. It's a beautiful thing, isn't it? See it right there? Beautiful thing right there, right? Almost to a pinstrike, right? In an hour. So, yeah, had some calls down there, bro. Ting ching money. Now coming back down right here. Not bad. Not a bad morning, right? Still got some call spreads on. Took out some 0-to-8 calls today. Pretty good. Today's a pretty good day. So far. I want to put this in here and this in here. I want to watch this closely here. I want to watch this one. Because we don't know what the unwind is going to be. It's still guessing. Is the unwind going to be up or down? I like the idea of this down move this morning. It tells me we're going higher. If we had gone up early day, I would have thought that we would have sold. But this action right here is telling me the unwind might be up. So we're going to watch these two marks right here, this one and this one. This could be the start of a roll. I'm not expecting it, but we have a low right here. And we want to see if we can break these. If we can, we'll start targeting that one right there. So let's go back over here. Take a look at a 1 minute. Let's watch this closely here. Here's 11:30. There's 12 p.m. We do not want to break these two right here. And we want to watch closely about 1:30 in the afternoon. This is like the old bear special over here. Bears love this, like Wednesdays, like 1:30 in the afternoon, when we're consolidating or we're distributing, trading sideways. It's an old bear special. You'll see this happen frequently in the middle of a week on a Wednesday, and it'll get bloody. I don't think it's going to happen this time, but because of where we are in the market, but it might happen. So we'll make this one yellow over here. We'll watch this closely. I think the way is higher, I'll be honest with you. But I feel so fucking old sometimes. I feel so old. the same shit every goddamn week. It's not you guys, it's the market. It's like the same shit every week. Nothing ever happens. Well, shit happens, but it's like the same setup every week, and you just have to follow price. Watch this closely. Want to keep an eye on this one here and on this one here. This is the intent to break this. I don't think we're gonna. Maybe we can. I mean, I would actually. I'd prefer that we break the downside. I prefer we break this. To be honest with you, I would love to see like. Leave that down there. I would fucking love to see like. I'd love to see this shit get shanked, and then just rope everybody in, and then straight up, out of here. Rip out the 50 or the 86 and the 87, maybe even the 88.5. It'd make for better price action. Our first chance of this is today, 1:30 to the close, Thursday, Friday. This might be your only down move too. Just that low, like that low right there, 74. That might be it. Might be as good as it gets. Watch this closely here. How's Iran doing right now? They still going up? Anyone know? I haven't looked. You know what else I've got? I got shares of Beyond, like it's from the lows. I got really fucking cheap, under $1, and I think it started at $1.20. Then I was under $1, and that piece of shit goes up to like $1.60, and then it comes down and $1.60, and I'm like, oh no, I want like $5 or $10. And I told myself I would hold it for months and stuff, but I'm getting antsy. I'll keep holding it. There's a few others in there like SGD, and I got SGD. I've got TGT. They look great right now. I want to sell it. I haven't sold it. I got SGD. I got a bunch. I got some other stupid shit. I've got the fucking EVTV. So what that fucking company's been up to a couple times. They were up to $1.29. So you know, I bought these fuckers at fucking like $1. Something stupid like that. And I haven't sold any of that shit yet. What else? We got the sellers up here. We got the buyers. Are the buyers? Did I delete that? Right here. Buyers right here. There's your range. We want to watch this seller up here closely. See if we start breaking out of this up here, it's going to be party time. We said that yesterday too, right? If we get above that number. We didn't. It's 683.84. I think that is that's above 680.50 on SPX, which opens the door to 690 to the upside. So we got to get above this. So I think that's 6,500 right here. Roughly 6,500. They just keep smacking it down. As we get closer to the close today, that ain't gonna fly. You ain't gonna smack that shit down. Well, maybe. We'll have to watch Captain Condor and see if he comes out and wrangles it in until Friday. Well, actually, I'll make sure that if we go up there, I'll start watching the flows coming in. You want to be looking for flows that are trying to wrangle us in until Friday to keep us tangled in here. Let me take a look real quick at Gamma. See what I got here for SPX Gamma, 1-date net Gamma. We got a big ass bar today at 68.50. And this shit expires today. Big ass bar expires today of Gamma at 68.50. 34.9. 34.9 is the net Gamma on the 1-date calls. On the downside, we've got 6,800. Shocker. That That's the bottom where we keep bottoming out. That gamma is a little bit lighter. That's expiring today. For SPX volume, we want to watch this for the next 2 days. It is lopsided to the upside-ish, kind of. 6850, 6860, and some OTMs at 6935. 7,000 as well. There's also a pin still at 6,800. 6,800. There's a little bit of puts underneath. For 6,750 would be the bottom 6,750. So I think that speaks to that white line that I showed you underneath. You could go down there, unlock that shit, and then you're looking to trade 6,900 or higher, believe it or not. That's all I can see right now. What is this? Goldman's Proctor? What do you have to say? Proctor calling out weakness in the U.S. yesterday. This isn't just competitive backdrop or tough comps relating to port strikes this year. They called out the government shutdown and uncertainty around SNAP benefits. I talked to you about that, I think, yesterday, SNAP benefits and how you have to go to work. Not everybody can go to work for a multitude of reasons. We note that laundry has been particularly tough in the U.S. per Nielsen. Well, it's hard to ignore one of the biggest consumer companies in the world talking about U.S. weakness. I think it's important to remember that trends here for staples are quite different to what we see within discretionary. This is a function of one, economics. The top income quantiles represent greater than 60% of discretionary goods, 100%. Consumption, as explained here, and two, ongoing structural headwinds for a number of staples categories in the U.S. Worth remembering that a number of U.S. discretionary companies have raised guidance in the last 2 weeks, including Best Buy, TJX, Kohl's, Gap, Ralph Lauren, Dick's, Ross Store, American Eagle, Abercrombie & Fitch, and holiday season in the U.S. is off to a solid start relative to industry forecasts. Final summary of Cyber Week spending here. Bottom line is we think consumer behavior is bifurcated in this market, and it's wrong to simply say the U.S. economy or consumer is weak. That's Proctor this morning. I told you that last week, didn't I? I told you that a week ago, right? This exact thing I told you last week. You cannot trust consumer sentiment right now for two reasons. One, for politics, and two, because the bifurcation of who's spending the money, who has it, who's spending it, and also the anger with not that the lower, like the literally, truthfully, the lower 10%, 15% are better off than they were pre-COVID. Listen to that. That's true. That is real. Not much, but they're better off. At the bottom of the barrel is better off. Now the middle, so you got the bottom 10, maybe 15, 10, 15. Then you get the middle, right? They're about, what, 60%, 70%? They're really pissy too. Because even within that middle range, there's stark differences in what? In their wealth. And they can see the upper 10 and 15% has obscene wealth. What does that mean? It means that all this wealth is concentrated on the top, even though the middle is better off than they were in 2018, 19, believe it or not. They're angry that people above them have so much splurge and that they spend ridiculously. And when you see that, it pisses people off. You know, I'll give you an example. I don't like saying this, but I'll give you an example. So I live in Detroit. I live very cheaply here. I am able to live above my means. I chose to give up living in a wealthy community. I lived my entire life in Vail, Santa Fe, Park City, Santa Monica, California. And not in the shitty parts, like 9th in Michigan. 9th is like 6 blocks from the beach. Not 9 blocks from the beach. It's like 6. I lived in nice places. I was in the rat race. I've been there. And I felt like I was constantly like on the edge of losing. I had nightmares every night, every single fucking night. And I can't imagine what it would be like today, living there today. Cannot imagine. And my friends that live there have either moved away or on the outskirts or they're worried. But I chose to move to Detroit. And I was told at that time, you're fucking crazy. Detroit came back. I was able to buy cheap. I was able to pay off all my debt. I'm able to live cheaply here. But when I go out right now and I see or meet someone that is in my economic background, my spend is way past theirs. Way. My discretionary spending, way past theirs. They're locked into a $150,000 truck. They're locked into, $500,000, $1 million home. And they think they're doing better than me, but then, of course, they find out they're not. And they're angry at that, too. So it's like kind of glaring. When some guy out there is like, I should be doing better than you. I'm like, no, you shouldn't. And it's not my fault that we're here with this other shit, too, so it's even more glaring. And I see that. I see that in my life. I'll admit that. That's true. But that's the reality of today, right? And it's a shitty thing to say because what people are angry about is real. It's not fake. And I think I described this to you last week where the simplest way to describe this is pre-COVID, you could pay someone that doesn't show up to work. Maybe they're an alcoholic, can't wake up in the morning. Maybe they're a drug addict. Maybe they're injured. Your bottom of the barrel laborer, for me, costs somewhere around $10 to $15 an hour. During COVID, I remember these same laborers that worked for me were saying, I need $20. I need $20 during COVID. And then they got $20. And then inflation ripped and they made $30 an hour. Post-COVID, I saw signs for construction workers laying asphalt for $30 an hour. Signs on the road. Come work, $30 an hour. Entry price. That means you have zero skills. They're using just your labor. Probably a flag holder. $30 an hour. Now, inflation was raging then, right? So if you're a worker making $10 an hour and now you're making $30 an hour, and you come out of COVID and inflation is flattened, but that doesn't mean prices have come down, right? This means they've slowed the growth of inflation, and you're now making $30 an hour, and you're saying, what the fuck, man? Even if you're slightly better off, you're like, what the fuck? I was just making $10 an hour. I'm now making 30. How in the fuck am I not rich? That's a legit complaint. That is a valid complaint. It's glaring. It happens so fast that it creates resentment. And if that guy's making $30 an hour, what about a guy that was making $30 an hour pre-COVID? Now he's making what? 60, 70, 80, maybe 90 an hour. And he's not doing that great either. So when you have, or her, or him, or whomever, they, them, whatever. So I'm making 60, 80, 90, and I'm not doing well. That sucks, right? And then you're looking up and you're saying, wait a minute, all the wealth is concentrated even above me? And I'm living in Vail or Park City or some nice suburb making $90 an hour and I'm not making it? Or why does that guy over there have more spend than I do? It's either money or, more wealth, or they've done other things, right? They did the right thing. So I think that's valid as a point to be angry. I think it's valid for how you feel. But then you're like, well, everything's going to crash. Nobody can afford this. And the truth is that they do. Number one, the consumer is savvy. Consumers will, you can track if they're getting savings where they can find them. I'm going to start shopping at Aldi. I'm going to start eating at this restaurant. I'm going to stop eating at that restaurant. I'm going to skip this. I'm going to stop eating burgers and start eating at Applebee's, a full service meal for the same price. Now I'm still going to bitch and whine and complain on public. My feelings are still anger, but I'm going to like dodge and weave until I can no longer do that. And that's what these data points show, is that people are making their way through this. They're very angry. And then they see where the real wealth is, the wealthy, right? I see them. I hang out with wealthy people. You should see what they spend. It's disgusting. I hang out with real wealthy people. They blow. I go out to dinner sometimes. It's 5, 10, 20 grand. I'm not paying it. I don't have that kind of fucking money. But I see that. And I'm like, man, they got real money. How much are they fucking making? And those are the people that are holding up the economy. I showed you some stats last week about restaurants, right? And I made a commentary, a joke about how restaurant server is probably telling you that they're not surviving, but from what we saw with the data, they're making bank right now. So they might have you and I dining there and only spending a few $100 or $150, $300, $500. But there's some other guy that goes in there and he's blowing $1,000, $2,000, $3,000, $5,000. He's 2 tables away from you. And he's tipping them out big money. And that server's not going to tell you they're making the money either. There's servers right now making stupid money in our economy, believe it or not. If you wanted a job right now, you want to be a server in a restaurant. The data that I looked at last week. So you can have that sentiment, but is that the reality? And the reality is that it isn't. The reality is that there's a shit ton of consumers on the top that have a fuck ton of money, and they're spending it. And they're being attracted into all kinds of shit they wouldn't even normally be attracted to. Walmart came out recently and said they were going to start selling clothes on par with this quality of Target. What does that mean? One, it's dragging people down into Walmart that would normally be there with more spend. And Walmart's also aware that this middle class that can no longer afford the higher prices of Target might turn to Walmart, and all of a sudden they see something that, wow, same shit as Target. And then you see Walmart's booming now, right? Their profits are booming. Walmart's the biggest fucking grocer in the United States today. Do I shop there? Fuck no. But I got to be aware that it is. I got to be aware of it. It matters, right? Corporate profits, right? Stunk go up. Go up there, baby. Start breaking. So your sentiment, my sentiment, are what we see, or our own lives, our own anecdotal evidence is not always the truth. And as a trader and investor, you have to be able to separate that to make money. You can bitch and whine and moan all you want, but truth is that the U.S. is not worse off right now. The U.S. is booming right now. I know it's like nails on a chalkboard. You don't want to hear that. I don't want to say it either. I don't want to say, hey, you're better off, bro. Pay bottom 10%. You're actually doing better. You don't want to say it to that guy. Guy's like, fuck you. I'm making $30 an hour now. I mean, I'm worse off than I was before. But in fact, they're not. They're actually slightly better off right now. They spend more. They have more than they ever have. Isn't that a shocker? But anyway, so you get my point, right? So this is what Proctor is saying. Proctor is basically saying the same thing. The economy is good. These companies are doing well. They're adjusting to you and your savviness to capture your money. And you as the consumer is still dodging and weaving. Things start to break when you can no longer dodge and weave. Or wages don't keep up with inflation. So if you're no longer able to dodge and weave, or your wages don't keep up with that dodging and weaving, then there'll be a fucking problem, right? And also that upper 10% and maybe I was like, here's an example. Well, I mean, it's like stop this track because I want to stand this track, but this is part of it. 60% of mortgage holders are still holding fucking pre-tightening. They have like a sub 3%. It's like 3% or less mortgage. And then you have people buying homes with cash still. And you have home prices coming down. So if you're really bitching and whining and moaning about this stuff, how do you get the money away from that upper 10%? How do you redistribute that? I'm open. I'm all ears for it. You tell me how. You either need two things in my view. You need to loosen regulations for the people with money so they can trip themselves up. There's two ways to do it. You can loosen regulations. They're doing that right now, right? How are they doing that? Do you know some of the ways they're doing that? They're allowing what? People, normalish people, to now invest more in very risky startups, IPOs. You know, Bob's got an extra $250,000 kicking around. He's got a low mortgage rate. He can now go into something that's probably never going to pay him off, right? You allow people to take loans that they otherwise wouldn't be able to, right? That's happening actively, right? We have to roll back some of the tightening and let these people, give them some rope to hang themselves, right? Financially. Most of our rules we have in place are post-2008, trying to create a more resilient consumer to not go through 2008 again. So we might have over-tightened that regulation. You just need to pull it back just enough that we're not back in 2008, but you're still able to flush those people out. The other thing would be what? We already tried tightening. That didn't work. Taxes. Taxes for the rich. But that's a divisive issue right now, isn't it? That's a very... Politicians have created a lot of divisiveness there, right? Where not everybody, not all the plebs like you and I are out there with our pitchforks and our burning torches, but yet some goes against some of our fiscal. Nobody likes taxes, right? So how do we do it? It's either has to be through more risk for those people with money, maybe a blend of all of it, tightening, more risk. They tried the tightening. I don't think that's going to work. You could age them out. We tried that, didn't we? Post-COVID, we tried that. We said maybe they'll start selling, retiring. They haven't. They're like a grip, don't they? So maybe you loosen the rope for them. The only other way I could see it would be taxes. Because right now they're spending, aren't they? Or a natural slowdown in the economy, maybe. That would work too. But that still takes tightening, right? Or ratcheting down. And right now we're still in this kind of soft landing, aren't we? The good times are still rolling as long as we can possibly keep them going. That mantra is still kind of out there, isn't it? We just finished QT, and we're up, aren't we? Why don't we start QT again? That would help too, wouldn't it? Nobody wants QT. Nobody wants to leave, the Fed put in the short end of the rates. You do that, right? No one wants to talk about that, though, do they? No one wants to talk about deregulation, and then you do what else? Continue QT. That would work, right? So I think it's a more complicated subject than is for here, but I do think that when you are looking at current economic situation and the current policies of the government, the Fed, Senate, House, Treasury, that's all leading towards what? They're letting the economy run until either something breaks or some policy effectively washes out those wealthy people. Or the business cycle ends or economic cycle ends. Like business cycle has to end, economic cycle has to end, or you wash enough of those people out. That's time, or policy change. And until then, or wages don't keep up with inflation. Until then, this is where we're at. And it sucks to say it. I don't want to say it. It's not a pretty topic to talk about. It makes a lot of people angry. It makes a lot of people angry that are doing well, have done the right thing in their lives too, right? It's not just the bottom 10. Like the middle is struggling too. And not only are they struggling, but they're looking up, and myself included. That guy's got a lot of fucking money. And it's not easy. And I'll tell you something else too. I make decent money. I think I'm better off than a lot of people because of where I live. But what I have to make to take care of my children and my wife still, it's not cheap. My electric this month, they're raising 8%. 8 fucking percent. I'm like double my utilities from COVID. My insurance is going through the fucking roof. I pay for my insurance. So I don't have a company that provides me with insurance. It's going through the fucking roof. This whole new thing with the with insurance, I'm gonna be fucked. My car insurance through the fucking roof. Getting another raise right now. Home insurance through the fucking roof. All the services, like boom, 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 boom. And I don't know what to do. My wife actually gets scared right now, and I'm shocked at it. I'm like, what are you worried about? She's like, it's bad. She's like, it's not good. She's like, there's more going out every month. So I get it. I get that it's the no fun clause, and I get to that. I want to tie this in one last thing, which is something I've always struggled with wherever I've lived except for Detroit, which is every fucking time I made a level up, just like that guy that made $10 now makes $30. Someone came and found that I had the money. Companies, cities, counties, federal government. Someone was always there to know that I was doing better in my class. And they know today that you're doing better. So they will push you until you do what? Till you fucking say no. If you're not going to get it from policy and you're not going to get it from taxation or economic downturns or business cycle downturns, it really does come down to you and I saying, fuck you, no, I'm not doing it. And most people will not do that until they can no longer do it. It's a fact of life today. You used to get the consumer used to fucking revolt. Even if it was only temporary, but you just don't see it anymore. The actual revolt. I'm not fucking doing this. I live in Michigan, right? You can go to the Michigan subreddit right now. And there's a post in there this week about DTE raising rates 8 fucking percent. How in the fuck are my state compatriots, people that live in my state, not fucking marching down the road over this? Like, how is that not happening? Either they're just going to complain, they're going to scream about it on the internet. I don't know the answer to that. I don't know why we don't just say, fuck you, no. I don't know why I have a utility, the public-private partnership in my state. I don't know why we're not recalling our fucking, our state senators and our governor over this. Like, how in the fuck is this happening? How the fuck is like every single person in Michigan not marching in the Capitol? Every single one. Like, no work today. Bye. We're going to the Capitol. I don't know how that's not happening. I don't know. I don't know the answer to that. But that would be the only other solution I could see. It's not economic business cycle. It's not policy. It's not taxation of the ultra wealthy. Then it comes down to you and I. to finally say no. And the only way we're going to do that is either we can't do it, can't afford it anymore, or we've had enough. And I don't know when that happens. I can't tell you when that happens. When people get that angry. But, you know, it's what it is. So this comes from Goldman's Proctor. And I'll repeat it to you one more time. He says, calling out weakness in the U.S. yesterday. This isn't just a competitive backdrop or tough comps relating to port strikes this year. They called out the government shutdown and uncertainty around SNAP benefits. We note that laundry has been particularly tough in the U.S. per Nielsen. While it's hard to ignore one of the biggest consumer companies in the world talking about U.S. weakness, I think it's important to remember the trends here for staples are quite different to what we see within discretionary. This is a function of, one, economics. The top income quantiles represent greater than 60% of discretionary goods. That's fucking insane. Greater than 60% of discretionary goods. Consumption, as explained here. 2, ongoing structural headwinds for a number of staples categories in the U.S. Worth remembering that a number of U.S. discretionary companies have raised guides in the last 2 weeks, including Best Buy, TJX, Kohl's, Gap, Ralph Lauren, Dick's, Ross Stores, American Eagle, Abercrombie, etc. And holiday season is in the U.S. is off to a solid start relative to industry forecasts. Final summary of Cyber Week spending here. I'll pin you guys the white paper. I think I might have already posted it, but I'll pin you the full white paper on this inside the Discord if I haven't. I think I may have done it for the pro subs, but I'll post it for the supporter level today. And the holiday season is here. Forecast final summary of Cyber Week spending is here. Bottom line is we think consumer behavior is buy few created in this market, and it's wrong to simply say the U.S. consumer is weak. Kind of crazy, right? Kind of fucking crazy. All right, hold on. Hang tight here. Let's watch this closely here. Sellers are up here. 11:30, coming in at 12 p.m. We did just touch 6,500. Watch this closely here. Want to see if we can break out of this or not. I'm going to also review Treasury Secretary Bessent, things that he had to say this morning. He was on live this morning, I think at 9:30. The bullet points are President Trump has been right on tariffs. President Trump normalized 15 to 20% of tariffs. China depends on an export economy. He doesn't believe tariffs are a tax. He is optimistic that the Supreme Court will uphold the tariffs. That's another like dollar trade, right? If he's ruled against on tariffs, it's going to crash the stock market. I think there's potential of that. I just don't think it's today. I think we have to get through opex and probably opex and maybe month end or near month end. And we'll talk a little bit about that too, because I think the dollar trade can matter at some point. I think that if tariffs go against, that likely will be won't happen until after opex or month end. All that volatility will come to play though at some point. You also have something else going on right now. You've got the Venezuela, aka Panama Electric Boogaloo Part 2 with Venezuela, which is not the exact same thing. You've got Panama is not the same country as Venezuela. And you also have more troops. You have more arms from Russia. You have better training from Russia. Russia has their own Belt and Road Initiative in Venezuela and some other countries. You have China with inroads as well. But it's not the same as Panama. A little bit more risk there. And if something were to go wrong, You likely wouldn't see that war kick off until just after opex, maybe a few days after opex, and a month end. And the first few days, you're probably going to get more of a U.S. positivity, unless something really goes wrong quickly. So if something was to go wrong, you'd be hedged for it in Q1 of 2026. So you're rolling your positions, and you're considering that if something were to go haywire, you're able to hedge that new risk, that dollar risk, that Venezuela risk, that tariff risk, right? And there's one more risk here too that we have not discussed, and I'm fascinated that it hasn't been discussed because it's early. And I haven't seen it in the news at all. Yesterday, it was very quiet. And I find this fascinating because if we were a little bit closer past opex, I think it would come to, the news would address this. And this was late last, was it 7 p.m. last night? Just check this. I think there's one more thing we're not seeing here. And I brought this up last week. I'm going to bring it up again. I'm fascinated that no one said a word about this yet. So 12 hours ago, Trump signed the Taiwan Assurance Implementation Act into law. They're already trying to dump it right now. The Taiwan Assurance Implementation Act was signed into law from Trump yesterday. We have not heard an official response from China at this point. I think it'll take a week or two. That puts us closer to opex. You got to remember, China still has interests in our stock market, believe it or not. So you may not hear something from China on this until after post opex. But I want to talk about that because what that assurance, the Taiwan Assurance Implementation Act, opens the door to recognizing diplomats from Taiwan in the United States, and opens the door to discussion over that. There should be a response from China on that. And you're talking about, positioning in Venezuela, and then a response from China on Taiwan, and a lot of the official communication channels between Japan and Taiwan are deteriorating right now. So this stuff is all here. And I think like the tariff stuff and Taiwan, China, Russia, Venezuela, it's all here. The dollar trade with Japan, too, is probably tied into some of this as well. But when does it happen? Most of this stuff is like a present with a box. And it normally happens after the quarter in the year, in this particular instance, where people wrap up their trading, they reposition, and then they start to look at that stuff again. They're like, okay, we're going to look at it now. I made my money. We did the 7,000 thing. What do I need to look at now? Okay, we got dollar. We got the Japan dollar unwind trade. We've got Taiwan. We've got Japan. We've got Venezuela, Russia, Ukraine, Russia. We've got tariffs. I need to hedge that out now on a high. And then you'll start to see that stuff come into the forefront. So if you're out there talking about like a gotcha moment or a unknown or something like that, outside of something that no one knows about, some kind of a true gotcha moment, which I hope never happens. It's something similar like 9/11, right? Outside of something like that, outside of something like that, you're likely not going to see that stuff be addressed until the market is ready to address it. And I think the example would be the Taiwan Assurance Implementation Act is not being discussed. It is not. It does not matter to the wire today. And so I would say wait until it does matter. And when those things do really start to matter, you'll really start to see them come to the forefront. And that normally happens post OPEX and potentially even after the first of the year. So we'll look for those things. I'm aware of them. I'm aware that there can be that, blood porn that I showed you earlier where it's like blood down in the depths of hell. And I don't think it happens today. I would focus more on a Wednesday OPEX. I would focus more on Friday's OPEX. I'd be focused on more on the Fed and what they're going to do. We're not going to burn the Fed down due to this outside stuff. It's not going to happen today, in my view at least. We might get a little bit of a scare on these important dates, like the Wednesday OPEX, Friday OPEX. You'll hear like the ruminations of this stuff. I think if you actually got a hawkish Fed cut or Vixpiration or OPEX or month end, I would expect those conversations to come back to the forefront once again. And it's more a function of our stock market than it is anything that's unknown. You get what I'm saying here? So you're like, when people are like, well, there's no news why why are we down 2.5% today? There's no news, and it's Vixpiration, right? And then we blast down for 2.5%, and 4:00 in the afternoon, they start coming to the wire and like, it's because of this, dude. It's the dollar trade, or it's because of that, dude. It's because of Venezuela, man. And it's because of the consumer. It's because of there's going to be no cuts. You're going to get no cuts. No, it's going to be a hawkish Fed. So you'll see that stuff line up with these key expiries. So focus on the expiries. Stay away from the news. Stay away from the news for right now. And when will that stuff really matter? It'll be a symphony that starts slowly, and then it'll matter normally after OPEX and normally after month end on end of year. You'll start to see it really begin to matter. Okay. Moving on from that news. We talked about the consumer. We talked about tariffs. Bessent also went on to say he is optimistic that the Supreme Court will uphold the tariffs. Of course he is. We're trying to print highs. A Fed chair can move a discussion, but they are just one vote on the committee. We have had talk about Hassett becoming the Fed chair or the nominee or the silent Fed chair. Watch these two right here. In particular, this opens a good door to the downside. We've got affordability is worse in blue states and blue cities. That looks like a dig because Trump, I think, ran on affordability. And then yesterday he said that it was a blue state something or other. I didn't catch it all yesterday, but I know that he ran on affordability. And so we've got Bessent talking about affordability is worse in blue states and blue cities. I don't know that I believe that. I don't believe that at all. I think affordability is a class thing. Most definitely bottom 10, 15%, and most definitely part of the middle class, no matter where the fuck you live. I hear it from my friends that live all over the country. You guys hear it in our Discord. We have people on our Discord from all over the country. I don't think that matters. So this is more like political stuff. Americans are leaving states like New York because the cost of living is so high. He wants people for Fed presidents that actually lived in the district. Certain sectors of the economy have weakened. He cites housing as an example. It has weakened, but that goddamn consumer is way well off. Hold on a second here. Certain sectors of the economy have weakened. He cites housing as an example. That is why interest rate cuts are needed. Man, this is bullshit. Like, the homeowner today is so fucking resilient. The non-mortgage holders, like it's all cash buyers. We need higher fucking. I can't believe I'm saying that. Like certain sections of the economy have weakened. He cites housing as an example. That is why interest rate cuts are needed. He is very optimistic, and that's also crazy too. You can, if you cut the interest rates, we can jack up the long end. Like the 30-year keeps going up, and we cut. You guys notice that? Bond market knows this. He is very optimistic about the economy next year. China is on schedule to complete its goal for soybean purchases by the end of the season, which is at the end of February. That's actually awesome. China is on track to uphold every part of the trade deal. That was Bessent this morning. What else do I have for you guys? Yeah, that's all I'm seeing right now. I don't see much else this morning. I'm going to see if I see anything else here. Oh, what is this right here? Ooh, I'll post this in the Discord. If you guys want to take a look at this, you can. We'll just see this really quick. My God, look at this. There's your 2025, 2028 roadmap for GPUs, ICs. My God. I have so this roadmap that I just posted for you, I've got this this roadmap from last November. I still haven't dug it out. Maybe I'll look for it this morning. That's fucking insane, right? I find it interesting that so they basically saying that it's AMD, Nvidia, Google, and Amazon, the players. Yeah. I think this comes back to when I'm looking at this roadmap here, this full GPU ASIC roadmap. I only see 4 players. I think Winky has said that. I think Winky said that like 2 years ago. Well, my typing sucks right now. I'm not looking at what I'm typing. Yeah, I think you said that too about I think you said that too about the others. Broadcom is coming on strong too. Who's not on this list right now? There's TSMC, of course. Nvidia, AMD, Google, all using TSMC, man. No new low in here, 12. That's good to see. This is bullish. You got a new low over here. You got this low and this low, but we want to watch this closely here. We're going to mark this out. There is a new low here, but it would not be able to hit it right here. We want to watch this now that we're after 12 p.m., see if they can get down there or not. This trend is negated if we go down here. Do not trust this trend line right here. If we go underneath this, one right here, this line, do not trust that trend line. And you want to see this. If you're a bull, you want to see that right there. Isn't it also a battle of where they keep it all? I thought there had to be like concentrations together. I thought like to scale it, they had like a data center couldn't be spread around the country. It has to all be in like one fucking place. I was like scratching my head as to why we're building data centers all over the country when you just like when you want to just do it all in like Nevada or something, like a state with a lot of land, like Michigan, Ohio, or something like that. Trying to think of something on the East Coast, maybe Maine. So you have to have concentrations of them, but many clusters of them. Hmm. I see what you're saying. They'd be close to. Okay, so that's two sides. It's two folded. They have to be close to where people are, because of latency. They have to be close to the people that are using it, and they have to put the. Can't have like 10 data centers in one region. You have to have one in one region, but you have to have them in each region too. I see what you're saying. No, what I'm saying is that data centers or old tech data centers, you could have smaller ones spread out everywhere. What I'm saying is that even if you're going to serve a region, they all need to be in one farm, like all on top of each other. They have to be massive. Is that not true? Yeah, to each region. I see what you're saying. I see the difference. Yeah, I'm saying like if you had a state like this, you like the old school data centers, you could have them like, spread out all over the place. And I'm saying now you can't do that. You have to like stack all of these things one data center like this. I understand what Winky's saying. He's saying you can't do this for a bunch of states. So you're gonna need to do like a big concentration here, a big concentration here, right? Instead of spread it all out like this. I think I got that right. Oh, wait a minute. Oh yeah. We just took a stop right there. Oh yeah. Oh, feel that? That's a stop. Somewhere. Ooh. Ooh. Oh my God. Ooh. No, that was unexpected. And let's see that one right there. You got the high, the selling in there, the inability to get down and break that white line down there. And you got the new low, like higher low or lower high, right? So you're like ramming down there, and the expectation is to go down there and start opening the doors. But they didn't do that. They just rammed it up right now. This is going to induce panic to the upside. This is going to freak them out. Watch, going to squeeze. I'm going to take that tick out right there. So we took out this one. Rampo-rama. We're getting close. That was a nasty reversal right there. That was vicious. This one right here. That was a doozy. Panic at the Disco ensues. And be careful of a squeeze. It's going to get spicy. Oh yeah, that's pain right there. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh, oh God. Oh God. Oh. Oh, he's mad. He's super mad right there. He's not a happy guy right there. He's not a happy man right there. I can tell for sure that is not a happy man right there. Oh God, there's belly. Oh God, look at him. Oh, oh, that ain't good. Not good. Uh, it's not pretty. Don't do it to him. Don't do it to him. Please don't do it to him. Don't do it to him. So bad. Oh God, that's gonna be terrible. You're gonna have a bunch of. Don't do it. Don't do it to him. Oh God. Oh. Oh God. Oh no. Oh, terrible. Oh God. So bad. Oh, so terrible. Oh God. Oh. Oh God. God, so bad. So terrible. So bad. Oh no. So bad. So bad. Uh, oh. God. Oh God. Oh no. Oh, so bad. Oh God. All right, we won't do any more drawings. No more drawings. Remember, he's still up here. We gotta watch that asshole up there. That's so bad. That was not pretty, was it? There's a seller out there. He's like, fuck. Fuck, fuck, fuckity, fuck, fuck, fuck. Oh no. God. The drawings help. Yeah. Oh God. No, no, no. I get it. Like Doggone It and guys like that. They can't read. Those guys, they want it in crayon. That was filthy, wasn't it? Look at that. That was terrible. Oh my God. Type of reversal. Like this reversal right here. This is where it happened right here. Right there. Like that fucking tick right there. When they failed this down here, it was whoop right up here. Tick. Whoop. Yeah, that's filthy right there. Oh, messy. Messy business. Day 4, same shit. True that, mofo. That was filthy. Well, the only thing I can say though is we start unwinding at 1:30. Like we can start unwinding here. Like you guys, I'm telling you, 1:30, magic hour. Not always, About 30% of the time, it's 1:30 on a Wednesday. We get magical moments in there. Sometimes it gets pretty nasty. Just watch this down below here for this break higher. Coming into it yet again for the third time. Yet again pushing higher again right now. Third major on this is an hour chart, but you've already hit it twice in the same hour, but coming again. Jesus Christ, only 9 servers, that's it? So let me ask you a question out there. Are you going to try to sell this or what? You going to try to roll this over here? I think I've said this a few times. The closer we get to Wednesday, end of day, and Friday, there's a risk in here. If you're going to sell this, just make sure that you have some proof, okay? I wouldn't just sell it, like hit this and start selling. Wait for the confirmation of a roll. It's getting a little bit more risky to sell. Just wait till you're under the 1 and 5. That's what I would say. Be a little bit more. You get run over in here. Yeah, it's unwind up. I think I've said that multiple times. I think I've been saying that for days now. The unwind should be up. Well, I thought they might be able to sweep the lows down there to at least unlock it. But the way is higher first until we roll, in my view. Either today or Friday. Hit those upside targets. You got to understand that. I thought I've said this, but I'll say it again. I want you to think about what your ultimate thesis is for December. Do you think we're going to trade 7,000 or not? It's a simple question. If you think no, disregard what I have to say to you. Okay? Make it simple for you. Easy, top line. If you think that the trade is to trade 7,000, we will take this high out. We can roll afterwards. So if you're like a seller, but you think we're going to trade 7,000, we likely go up here and take these highs out. This one right here, we don't necessarily have to take out PT2, but we should take some of this out here. Understand? And then we can actually roll. You can make some money on the sell side. Okay? If your thesis is that we're going to trade 700, we can roll right now, I'm going to tell you that is not a winning trade. Took that trade 10 times. It's not a winning trade for where we are in the year. It's not a winning trade right fucking now. Unless you think that we're not going to trade 7,000 until maybe January, February, March, then I understand. I think that's plausible. If you had that viewpoint. If you think we're trading 7,000 this month or Jan 1, 2, 3, I don't see how that's a plausible thesis without taking out those highs there. I don't see how that's possible. So you'd either have to be on, for us to not go up there and do that like today or Wednesday or Friday, I would say that it's more a function of technicals than anything, right? Then you think we're going to crash. If we fail to take those out, the market will think we're crashing. I'll tell you that. If we start rolling and not take out, that prior high, it's over here. It's just this one. I mean, the two key ones are this one right here. and this one right here. So like up, down, up, down. If the way is higher, then you have to take this one out. If the way is not higher, then we'll fail this. And what would be the obvious place? I would say 6,500 at least. If the way is not higher here, and you're not going to at least take that out, even if you're coming down, take that out, up. If you're not going to take this one out, you're abjectly going to just fail it. I'd say the way is way down there, if not lower. So you're either on crash or you're on we're going to 700. Fairly easy. You don't have to make it that complicated. Now, when does this happen? You have a couple opportunities. You've got one. You've got the opportunity to do this today, tomorrow, Friday. This isn't even trying to make a new high. It's just trying to just like peak. You're just like looking above, showing that you have more buyers than sellers. So that would be my take on this. But the opportunity to do that is, you know, opex today and opex on Friday. My other thing that I'm thinking about here is if I was a Condor Theta Gang guy, fly guy, I would be trying to wrap up my trade today. Does that make sense? So I come in on, I thought we'd get the pop on Monday, but let's say you were selling Friday and you bought Monday morning low and you're trying to get out of a trade. When would that be? Close of today? Close of Friday. So you'll have a little bit of that interplay going on as well. If we don't lose a major low to start blasting down, I would expect that same gang to come in for, you know, another week or so. But I think it gets more dangerous. So I wouldn't particularly be trying. I would be trying to wrap up a trade today, probably. Potentially, depends. Or roll your positions out or something like that. I think we're going back down there. I just don't know how deep. Brian, I just don't know how deep it's going to be. I have a feeling that they're going to try to trap in bears just because of the time of year it is. Like we'll have that moment of volatility, and I think we might go down there, but it would be too easy to just trigger just enough fear, like just enough, and then you fucking scoop them up and you use that put money for that hedging money for the ride higher into the end of the year. And you got to remember, dealers want to wrap this shit up too, right? No one likes an unkept office or appointment book or at the end of the year. They want to wrap up, like clean it all out, start fresh, new year, and take it or have an idea of where we're going for the upcoming year. So I think a lot of traders don't think on that time frame. They only see like what's right in front of them, like tunnel vision, and they're never thinking about a new year, new ideas and new this and new that, and everybody's pontificating, but yeah, everybody's also going to come back next year and be like, hey, it's a new year. What are we facing? Dollar unwind, trade, tariffs, Venezuela, Taiwan, Ukraine, Russia. Come back in spring for a low, right? Bulls know that, right? Come back in the late spring, find out how bad it actually is. It was selling May, go away, come back in or April. That's not really a thing anymore, but or it hasn't been too frequently. So they got the new high here, so you can see it. Prior high, new high. That's positive. So you took that out now. Now I want to see if this holds. Now we get the 1 minute and the 5 minute over here. So we're going to do is going to look for a dip to buy here. Remember, 1:30 is kind of my witching hour here. We want to watch this hour in particular. The market will tend to run away up or down into that close. You ever notice how when we're going, if we don't back test the prior week's Friday on Monday, Tuesday, if we don't do it on Monday, Tuesday, we will do it when? On Wednesday. What do we do this week? On Monday. We went down, didn't we? So we don't owe that on Wednesday, do we? So if it runs away, when is it going to run away? Up. Wednesday, right? You guys remember this concept we talked about last week? If you have a bearish week, tends to follow. If we close a week green, we start going back up again. And you have that up Friday and you're waiting for the pop up on Monday or the selling on Monday, right? We had that selling on Monday, right? We sold down into Monday low. It was bought. We put on trend. So we're not necessarily looking for the runaway downside move to clear out last Friday today, are we? We already did it on Monday, right? So if we're going to run away for Thursday, Friday print, likely going to start today at about 1:30 this afternoon to the upside. Cool. I just got to notice that I got a 1 second here. Check something here. I got to check something in the background here. Sweet. I'm eating dinner at Fox and the Knife. Anybody ever been there before? I had to change my reservation. I'm eating at Fox and the Knife. And I'm also eating... you guys know who Ken Oranger is? I used to know him back in the day. Well, this isn't his restaurant, but I think he knows her or something, the chef. I'm also eating at a Lincoln Tavern and Restaurant. I think the real sellers are right where we are. They're right fucking here. They're actually lower. They're right here in SPY, or on SPX, but they're right here in SPY. Yep, they're right here in SPY. There's a little bit of a difference in SPY and SPX. Or this is last known seller right here. Half-hour hourly trigger still moving up right now. Hourly is flattening, but the half-hour is pushing higher. Watch out for a squeeze. If that makes any sense to you guys, I don't know if that does, if I wrote that right or wrong. Watch out for a squeeze here. I don't think this one rolls. Maybe, but I don't think so. Now there is an R1 right here. Just note this right here. We could do. Watch close with me. There could be some garbage in here. Where's 11:30? Are you fucking kidding me? Hold on here. PM. Right and where? Right here. Watch this closely for a flush. Half hour trigger's still not crossed yet, so I wish the half hour was higher right now. There's some squeeze in here. Oh. God, that reversal was fucking brutal. God, R2 is fucking right here. Look at this. R2 is 686.05. When this thing fucking goes up, guys, it's gonna be fucking brutal. It's gonna be fucking brutal. Get out of the way if you're a seller, please. Thank you. You can see that. Tagged R1. Half hour is running up here. Every time I come up here and reject, that half hour rolls back down again. Remember, if we get a... Watch this down here with me. So just so you can see this. If we get above 68.50, we need to make a new high to institute a new trade in here. So do you guys understand that? Let me just show it to you here. So we need to like get above this. We need to make like a new high to go higher. Otherwise, they're going to flush us right back down again. Let me check the gamma on market and see if anyone is shifting their positions here. Holy Christ, they're closing puts here. Be extremely careful if you're a bear, please. Don't want to warn your friends out there. We have a lot of like call side gamma coming in right now. Gamma that matters right now is upside. Holy fuck. Be extremely careful here. There's all the put gamma from this morning is gone. It's all like massive call gamma to the upside. Two-to-8 volume coming in is still pretty even Steven, but we got some 68 60s and some OTM stuff at 7s and 69. Yeah, it's getting wonky right now. There's like mega pin up here. This could trigger call buying too. I'm seeing some spy calls coming in too. 2-to-8 spy calls coming in right now. It's not like they'll delta hedge it, but not until they're done buying them. So what'll happen is the dealer will be forced to chase this up until they're done buying. That means we could squeeze. So be careful of it. Dealers will go on the side of buyer or call buyers, and they'll chase them, run it up for a squeeze. So be careful of a squeeze in here. If you're trying to sell this, just wait until they're done buying calls. Yeah, I got 3 targets up there. 686 and some change. You want to see the targets? Well, I got 685 as if they stop buying calls, we can go down. But the targets that I have higher are 685, 65, 688, 50, and a way like this. Don't trust this one. 691, 47. That would be more like Friday or something at 10 a.m. if it gets crazy to the upside. If we go up that high, I'm closing my calls. I'm done. I'm out of market. I'll come back for the 700s again on a low. You guys, like these days, you guys are making memes on your own in like 5 minutes with AI. Just a note to you that Riding the Nar just gave you some expectations inside the Discord. If you're watching the stream, some 1 hour projections. Oof. See if this is the one or not. Wondering if this is the actual one or not. We don't know yet. It is, though. I gotta cue up the bear music in case it isn't. You know, there's a bear up there right now. Just like, die, spy. Turn that music, turn that smile upside down. Wednesday opex, baby. so you can see it. Right down there. Night. It's all AI. Look at that. Hold on, I got it coming right now. I got you, boys. Don't worry about it. It's not gonna hurt so bad. I got you. Get one with a pump on it or anything? I like the pump better. Oh yeah, what's that? Oh. 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 All right, got you, boys. Ooh. Oh. Oh yeah. Come on over here. Oh, smells so good. I gotta get a tube of baby oil. I haven't owned a bottle of baby oil since I was a kid. My mother was like, "You want to get a tan? Put that on." Wait a minute. All right. It's enough of that. Hold on. A little easy. What's we got going on? I don't know about that. Nah. You usually tell right away. Nah. Not feeling quite lubage. Need more lubage. Need something more oily. feeling that. Ooh. 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 Whoa. I mean, if we get a high up here, if we get like we get a, that high is good enough for me. We get one more biggie up here. See, that's revenge trading right there. You see that's revenge trading. A lot of anger in there. You see that? Whole lot of anger. We ain't that angry yet. Oh, these are the bears. Did the bears mix in some music on me? All right, get away from that back stuff. No, we're not going back.
I can see you're skeptical.
No. A little bit better. I don't know about this music. That's not bad. I like that one. Try that one. Try this one. Maybe the music will bring it up, make us go higher, right? Stretching it out up here. You know, there's a seller out here, and he's like, "I'm gonna rain hell on these fucking bulls." He's like, "Ooh." That's not bad. I like that. Oh, we actually have pump bottles. Who got that? Where the fuck did that lotion bottle come from? pretty good song. You like that song? All right, I got you. I'm just trying to. All right, easy with that. Not getting that excited. Well, it's not too bad. They keep trying to make me play this Bring It Back music. Like every song is like Bring It Back. But we ain't bringing shit back. Probably some of this company is like, on there. Not a bad song. Still a pretty good song. Bring it back up, maybe?
Bring it back. Bring it. Keep it back. Look at all this shoulders. Bring it. Bring it. Look at all this shoulders. Bring it back up, 'cause it's lit. Keep the cool eyes cold for the shit. 'Cause I'm ballin'. Look at all these chicks. Whip it up, all these rocks on my wrist. Bring it back. Bring it. Keep it back. Look at all this shoulders. Bring it back. Bring it. Keep it back. Look at all these shoulders. Bring it. Bring it. Look at all these shoulders. Bring it. Keep it back. Look at all these shoulders. Bring it. Look at all these shoulders. Bring it.
It's pretty good. I like that. Well, we do have sellers here, so are we breaking out yet is the bigger question, right? I'm not really breaking out, but let's go look at this over here. So, don't get too excited just yet. Like, let's slow this down for just a minute here. This is an operation that's literally, let me show you how close we are to a roll here. So this is an operation where, personally, I'd like to take out this one, and maybe this one. But before we get too excited here, so if you look just closely here, okay? we really theoretically only need to take that one out. That's it. So, I've got us doing a bunch of I've got us doing, we can go do this one. We can do that one. But, truth be told, for us to roll, like this roll right here, one tick right here is enough. So, we're closer to a roll than you think. What we're really looking for here is the break above. And then, one more pop here, and that half-hour trigger comes up, sweep down here, and then whammo. So there's still a lot of, there's a lot of room here to, let's go back to the trigger screen. So, this is what this would look like, which would be, you ram yourself up here, maybe hit supply, come back down, and then we hit it right here. So it's kind of crazy in here. Like the easy work is done. There is supply up here at some point. So my point is that there's some supply. There's sellers already here, and there's supply here, and there's some supply here. Now at some point there should be an unwind. There should be an unwind as there's no more hedging needed to this upside. So all the calls are dead for up here. So theoretically we can go up there and print that today into the close, or even on Friday. The bigger question is, how high does it go? Do you print this one? You print that one today, and then you come back for this one on Thursday, Friday? Or do we just get the unclench to the downside? We really don't need to do more than this. Whatever this is right here. I believe that is the, if you look at the bottom down right here, in truth, we got to go right here. We can start selling at that point. So don't think if you're a bull, that we're out of the woods. And not only that, I don't like the idea of see this half-hour trigger right here? I don't like the idea of actually getting up here without the help of this right here. So that's there's one, there's another, there's another. You might not even see, you might have to wait to get that upper move. End of the day, tomorrow, something like that. And not only that, but they could keep us in here. They could keep us in here grinding as long as they want. They're not but the Captain Condor can come in and just rein us all back in again. We're just beating off all day long, not getting to where we want to go. So we got to watch that too closely. We got that nice high right there. That's 684.18. We're turning into, they're trying to sell it right now. You see that? And it's 130. And watch this closely here. We want to watch this mark right here. See if this gets bought right here. Watch this with me here. You don't see that right there? Just so you can see that. We've done everything we need to do here. So don't be too don't get too excited just yet. They're gonna try to come in and sell it again. This has been a regular printer for sellers. You see that right there? This was in the chart that I gave you pre-market for the open. So they'll try. Now, what I've said to you a few times is that the closer that we get to, I keep giving you these dates, you have Wednesday opex, you have Friday opex, right? You have price and inflection points, and then you have data, binary events, and what really matters, which is what? OPEXs, like Wednesday OPEX, Friday OPEX, Vixpiration, quarterly OPEX, Friday OPEX, if I didn't say that. So those are going to matter a lot more than, say, oh my God, we're going to drop today. Oh my God, we're going to, and the white lines that I have in that chart down below is not like that we're going to roll there. It's that unlocks the downside. Same with the upside. So it's like when I show you the, like, what do we need to go higher or need to go lower? Remember crowd ticked yesterday, that white line? And remember in after hours yesterday? I was like, we just have to hit this one number. If you hit this one number, it unlocks the upside. But I didn't say it's going to start mooning over there, right? I said all they need to do is hit it. If they hit it, we're coming back. So it's showing that the buyers are stronger than, in that case with crowd, showing that buyers are stronger than sellers. The same thing is down here. So in the inverse too. And the same thing applies to why are we going higher right now, which is we're unlocking the upside. And we can come back to it later. We don't need to like keep going higher, keep going moon. It's just telling you that buyers are stronger than sellers. And we're going to go back down and look for momentum to bring us up with all of those buyers to theoretically run them over. Remember, I say to you oftentimes that you get an out before something happens. Say it to you oftentimes that you'll set a stop for yourself, but you don't. I gotta stretch, by the way. I gotta get out of the chair for a minute. But no matter where we're going, up or down, once you hit people's stops, we tend to come back down, find the buyers, and also give people a way out. If we didn't have a way out, you guys got to think about this stuff like, if we washed out every single fucking buyer when their stops are hit, or every seller, we wouldn't have a market participant, would we? Think about that logically. Like, there has to be some kind of a ratio or rate of money coming in the market to where you can take people's money from them. You can't take all of it. If I overrun your stops, and we do that every day, all day long, there'd be no more fucking money in the market. One person would have all the money. It's like you want a nice ratio of money coming to market and how much you can take from them for yourself to pocket. That would be a dealer or a bank or a hedge fund or whatever. Now, 70% of you out there are probably like, well, they're taking all my money. You don't want to be that person, right? My point here is that when you're in that ratio, it's not always, it's going to just be vertical or down or whatever. Even if it is, it always comes back, is my point. So if you have a stop, you don't allow your stops to be taken. You do them in your mind. You say, fuck, they tripped my stop. Oh my God, now I'm losing money. But you have to tell yourself, no matter what, like 70% of the time, 80% of the time, they're going to come right back down to where they took your stops and give you the exit. So you're exiting with small cuts, but not all your money being taken. And that's part of the function of the market too. So if you look at it from that perspective, it's the same reason why we, or the same reason why the banks and other people rein in the market with condors and stuff like that. Try to limit true price discovery in the market. If you had real price discovery in the market, our market would trade like Zimbabwe, right? It'd be fucking a mess. You'd have like one guy with all the money. You'd have one killer month while you're selling a package to Bob who works in a office somewhere, and you're like, here, Bob, I did really good 1 month this year, and I got blown out the other 11, but that 1 month, man, it was amazing. So you want consistent returns, maybe a little bit of loss. That's why the market's kind of like, there's a little bit of fakeness to the market. So my point behind this is, or top line, what that means here is, do we get the breakout yet or not? Even if we get the breakout, we'll likely come back. So let's say we broke out up here. They break above the sellers here, take their stops. That's a warning to them. We're back down. They're being given the chance to get out. You pop it one more time, come back down, get the real sellers or the real buyers, push us higher. Let's say we tag that PT1. And nothing else we got to do. We could go depths of hell. It doesn't matter. So then it's a matter of inflection points. Whipsaw back up, take the next ones out until it no longer works, right? So then that's the way is lower, way is higher. You eventually get to a point where you don't peek your head up, right? Where you're like trying to a resistance point and you're like come up and it's auto sell up, right? It's like auto sell straight down. Normally you're looking for, if the way is higher, tip your head up. That's your penis, right? Your peen, right? And then depths of hell, and then but you're being told up here as a seller, hey, we're coming back here. So like giving you a chance before they ramp it up your ass. So they took your stops here, you're mad. You know, if you waited a little bit till it rolled down, it wouldn't be so bad, right? So you're watching for those things always. You're always on downside moves. You're watching for the upside and the downside tip of the peen. Sorry to describe it like that. If we're going down, the same thing. If going up, same thing. And these are big inferences. Now it doesn't work every time. And there are reasons for that too. There are reasons where they want to create fear. And there are market participants that know this. So, and there's algorithms that know this, and there's reasoning for it, of course, that's out of our control. Sometimes it's too many people on the wrong side of the trade. Sometimes the market is just everybody's on fucking calls, and dealers are like, I'm not paying any of that shit. Basically, I ain't fucking paying. I'm going to unload shares. They'll literally go out there and find a liquidity provider. They'll literally make a fucking phone call. I've heard stories of like phone calls being made. Hey, Bill Ackman, I need these shares that you have. Like literally, high net worth individuals. I'll pay you a fee. I'll pay you this, and we will come up with the shares that we need to bring price where we need to get it. So you're not going to blow up dealers ever. You're never going to blow. I mean, you're going to blow up bank here and there, but normally it's going to be because of other shit they're doing, or leverage that they don't have, stuff like that. But day to day, in and out, you're not going to see it that frequently. So, and this is that process right there. This is warning. This looks like a process of warning sellers we're going higher again. Even if we roll down here, we're going to go higher. So just note that there's sellers above here. Note that there's going to be some sellers here. Note that there's going to be some sellers up here. It's not going to be as easy as you think. So this could look something like this. We're above right now. You could see a push higher, one more push higher, right? Then a swing low, flush, right? And then bam, that's the target that we're trying to hit. Now from there, you know, we could actually roll this, or we get caught up in some call buying for a little bit. And then once that call buying stops and the dealers no longer have to chase, they'll come swoop it in and they'll sell all this shit down again. Are we going to go back there? More than likely, but not until they murder your calls that you just bought. At any rate, you guys will get it. Some time will pass and you'll get the feel for it. You'll be like, they're buying calls right now, or it becomes like a feeling. You just feel if they're buying it or not. And you got some other things going on too. Some other hedging that no longer needs to take place directly on opexes. And there's an opex on a day. There's an opex on a week. Or excuse me, a midweek. There's an opex on Friday. Especially like SPY has an opex every day. Then they got the opex. The big ones are Wednesday and Friday. And then you have a monthly opex, of course. Then you got Vixpiration every month. You got opexes and quarterly Vixpirations, et cetera, et cetera. Market's freer to move in those moments because why? Market's being wound up in those, like market get wound up in a day, right? And get wound up on a half week, and get wound up on a Friday, and get wound up on a month, and get wound up on a full quarter. And unless you start breaking like serious levels in that windup, that could shift the buying or selling of options, then it becomes like a tractor beam that we eventually go there. Eventually, we can literally like the dealers sometimes have all kinds. Not to, I want to call it trick, but if dealers get overrun, we start taking it into like so we start going straight up. They'll intentionally like fail just before all that shit comes in the money, or they'll push it 1 or 2 days, intentionally pin the market so that all those calls will die, and they'll print them like the day after expiry, 3 days after expiry. You'll notice it when it goes. You know how you can notice this. You ever notice how this is a simple way to think about this. You ever notice how you're like, hey bro, here's the target right here. Right? That's the target. You're all bulled up, and you're going to hit this target by Friday. And so you start buying calls. Like, dude, I'm going to make so much fucking money. And then all the call buying stops, right? Nobody else believes anymore, or they've already bought their calls. All of a sudden, it's flush. And you go, fuck me, I'm so fucked. Right? And then you see this Friday right here. You're like, oh, God, please come back. Please come back. Please come back. Your calls die. And then what do you see? Right up there. And you're like, fuck. Have you ever had that happen? Like, sometimes it'll recover if there's renewed call buying. But that happens, what, 15% of the time? 10, 5? Something like that. Right? Very rare, right? It's kind of like a top line way of saying it. Now, why else do I think we're going up here today? Last week before, I told you about selling and buying, begetting selling and buying, like buying, begetting buying, selling, begetting buying, right? So, let's go to this one right here. So let's say you're in a winning week, or losing week that transitions into a winning week. In this example, so let's say this is a Friday. Okay, this is a Friday. And this is a Monday. So price recovers, ramps up into a Friday. Our target's right here. But we don't need to go that high. We just needed to go here in a Friday to turn a week around to go up. That's it. That's all we needed. Now, sometimes we can pop up that Friday and do it. Sometimes we'll do it on a Monday. Hit that PT. Yeah. Then we start selling, right? Right? Now, let's say we come into Friday, come back on Monday, and we don't do it. So we sweep the buyers from Friday right here. And then we're ping-ponging along to go up, right? Make sense? Now watch this again. So we come up into a Friday, we pop it up. We try to sell down into Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Not happening. Wednesday comes in. It's Tuesday. Ram it down there, sweep out those Friday buyers finally, and then we can go up. Make sense? So in this case, what did we do? What do we do? In this case, we didn't pop up on Monday and Tuesday and then come down into Wednesday, Thursday, Friday lows, right? So we can go back up again. What did we do? We sold Monday. Took out Friday, Thursday to an extent. Early buyers for the target up here. So if we took them out early week, what does that mean? The implication is we're going to grind higher, sideways. How do we close the week out? Up, right? Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, up, right? Up, 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 up. So the implication is that we're going up, right? And how far do we need to go up this week? Anybody know? Or I've been telling you all week long. How high do we have to go up? Just this one right here. That's it. 685. That's all we have to do. Can we go higher? Yes. We can go to 691. Can we do that on Friday? Sure. We can do it on Monday. Yep. Tuesday. Yep. Do we need to go up there? Nope. As a matter of fact, if we hit this one right here, this one in particular is important. This one right here is the implication that we're going to go trade all-time highs. So in reality, we really only need to go to, maybe this one. That's all we need to do. So as we come into tomorrow, so let me ask you a question here. It's like as we come in, I think I've talked about this all week. So we probably have to do a little bit more talking here too. So I'm going to take a quick break here. But I want to talk to you about the unwind. I get back at 2 p.m. I gotta do a dead hang. I want to talk to you about the rest of this week. Today, tomorrow, and Friday, and then Monday, Tuesday. And what happens next week? What are we coming into? Fed, right? If we're on a high and we get a hawkish Fed cut, we should go down on that, right? We can get sucked into it, and they'll say, "Oh, this is a hawkish cut." If we sell down after hitting what we need, we come into a low on the FOMC. Would that be a hawkish cut on that day? Probably not, right? They're going to spin it that it's not a hawkish cut, right? Just say yes, Captain Jim James. If we're on a high into FOMC, is that going to be a hawkish cut? Yes, Captain Jim James. Okay. So they'll frame it as one or the other, depending where we are in price on those binary events. But we got to talk about this stuff now, and there's a reason. I did not take the vacation last week. In a brief last week, I said to you, I'll be with you the rest of the week for those of you that are staying, and some of you are going on vacation. When I get back from when I change up my vacations on holidays, it kind of fucks with the flow of everything. Because a lot of people go on vacation when I'm not, and then I'm going on vacation when they're coming back and want to trade. So I have to fly on Friday in the morning. Now I'm flying into Boston, but I'll be there early, so I'll be able to get on the stream at some point, and I'll be able to talk with you all day long. The stream will be up on Friday. And then I'll be gone the weekend, and I get back into Detroit on Monday. So Friday and Monday, there might be a little bit of disruption. A little bit of a disruption into this upcoming weekend. So I think it's important that today, in particular, because of where we are, that we spend 2 to 4 p.m. with some pretty decent projections. And then I was asked by our community to do a private stream one day this week. So I only got one more day, full day here. So either we're going to do a private stream on Friday when I get into Boston during the daytime, or we'll do it tomorrow. So if you're watching this show and you're a free member of our community, please be here today in the next 20 minutes from 2 to 4 p.m. so you can get an idea of what to expect, and if it doesn't happen, what to do, so that you have a plan. You understand what I'm saying here? Like, you have to write a fucking plan, and if it goes your way, you know what to do. If it goes the other way, you know what to do, right? That's all that a plan is. In the stock market, you're going to be wrong. I want to impress this upon you. The stock market is about you being wrong and how often you're wrong. And when you are wrong, what to do. You understand that? It's a very important thing to understand. You should never stay committed to a plan that you number one, you should always have to have a fucking plan. And as more information becomes available, you adjust your plan. And you need to know what to do in all scenarios. Literally. All scenarios. So I think it's important for us today to talk about the expectation for the rest of the week, talk about the expectation into Monday and Tuesday, and how what happened last Friday and Thursday into Monday impacts the end of this week and likely impacts next week. So I think just give me like 10 minutes. I got to go take a fucking my arms and literally hang myself for like 4 or 5 times for about 10 minutes. Now, we're not rolling down at this moment, okay? See this right here? We're not rolling down here, but keep your eyes on this still. You see that? See that half-hour trigger's coming up right now? And I want you to remember what I said to you about the 2 upside moves. So I got this coming up and then down, right? Remember I said to you, you got the first high and then the second high. That implies we're going to go higher. I would like to see the down move to go even higher, okay? Does that make sense? Hope it does. So this is still where it's supposed to be right now, going up. We're going to come into some supply at 685 as we go up right now. This still matters right here, okay? We're going to make this one right over there, just like that. We are breaking up and out right now, trading 685.747. First target on SPX is 686881, which I believe is 6850 or 685 on SPY. You can see the target down here. I'll make it a little bit larger. Now, this can run away, but I don't know if it'll trigger that much of a runaway call buying. It might. Now, if it does, this could lead to big ups today, tomorrow, into Friday morning. Just be aware of that we could be ramping. If you are someone, listen to me closely here. If you are someone, if you remember when we went risk off and I gave you specific instructions, listen to me closely here, okay? Very closely. This is a lot of money. We started building a position for the end of the year together, and I built a pretty fucking significant one. It was only about 30% of my money, but it was significant. I want you to listen to me closely here. If you are one of those people where I said, we're going risk off, do not initiate any new positions, but do not sell the positions that you're in. I want you to listen closely here. If we go up and trade at any point close to 690, 691.70, anywhere in there, and you're in any kind of long into the end of the year, I don't give a fuck where we go after that. Close your positions. And what we're going to do is we're going to come back on a low to buy for more time. So unless you took the February, March shit or January, I didn't. When I started opening my positions, I was opening them for December, last day of December 31st. So if I need to roll my positions farther out in time. And we're coming into an inflection point right now, which is a good place to close in the green and have no hindsight fucking trading and being like, oh, I should have stayed long. You know, we went to 700 cap in the next week. Don't care about that. Wealth preservation, number one. You didn't panic sell when we're on the lows. You take your money and you pocket it. Call it a win. You made money. You didn't break even. You didn't lose money. And I want you to remember this. Always wealth preservation. Number two, never fucking panic. Number three, if you're making money, you see it and you can take it, you take it. Even if you leave money on the table, it's okay. There's always another trade. Always another trade you can come back to. So Bork, if you're out there, and there's a few of you others out there, if you're not dated into January, February, March, there's a chance here where we could run up into early January. We had too many people in the same fucking boat. So just a word to you out there. If you're one of those traders that has a significant trade on to the end of the year, if we start ramping up today, tomorrow, Friday, Monday, Tuesday, start seeing those highs, and you're starting to see green, don't hesitate to take that money and run, okay? If you're in call spreads from yesterday's lows, when I said open 680, 685 C's spreads, you should be starting to go burr right now from now into 686. You should start seeing some big burr coming up. If you have those dated for Wednesday, you know you got to close them today. If you got them for Friday, you probably have some more time. I would hold those fucking things unless we start losing the 1 in 5 and the half an hour and hourly trigger. You're still good to go. So I'm going to give you some warnings right now. I'm going to take a quick break. It's 1:47. Give me 10 minutes, and I'll be right back with you guys. That's okay. Good job, Bork. I'm just giving warnings to everybody so it's clear as fucking day. I don't want anybody coming back and being like, you say this and you say that, didn't say this, didn't warn me. So just want to make sure you're in the place where we're at the start right now of the place where you start stepping off. And there's always a dip to buy. Don't ever forget that shit. Don't ever look people look back behind like hindsight trading shit, even on good stuff. Don't ever fucking do it. See money, take it. Don't get fucking freaked out. Don't do this, don't do that. Like, all these rules are written in blood. So written in fucking losing a lot of goddamn money. So especially when you could have made money. So that's the fucking one that kills me. So we're in that place right now. If you're a seller, be careful. Next right now on the weekend, be careful. Unless we start rolling hard, you want to be at this point. If you're a seller, you want to see the loss of the hourly and half-hour trigger in a roll to start selling at this point, at this juncture right now, because this could start ramping. So if we hit those targets where we can roll, you can start thinking about it. But we're not there yet. So don't be trying to short this just yet. Okay. Okay. Trading 684.50 on a high, coming to some supply at 685 above us. That should be what we need. That should be what we need. PT1's up here. I'll leave that here right now for you. We also have another target above at 686.04. If you're trying to institute a position long, what is your friend? What are the rules? What are the fucking rules? Back tests, half-hour trigger, hourly trigger, right? If you're being left behind and you're feeling FOMO, you know the rules, right? Always back tests, half-hour, hourly trigger. I'll be right back with you guys. Give me 10 minutes. Congratulations. I'm feeling pretty good. So I'm feeling pretty good right now. Pretty happy. I'm going to start close some shit out here soon. So I'll see you guys in just a few minutes. Oh god, those things feel so goddamn good. You just fucking hang on that fucking thing all day long. What are we doing here, boys? Are we going up or down? Half-hour trigger's almost there. Flush him. Six, 8, 3, 2. Yeah, flush him out of there. Oh yeah, flush him out of there. Flush him all the way down here. Flush him right down there. Just flush him out of there. It's gonna be one little flush. I'm gonna give him one little little rooter down there. No, I don't want you to do this and then do that. I want you to go down. Rooter tutor. Oh my god. Oh, yeah, it's me. That is me. I might have to go back downstairs and do it again. I've tried they had me in fucking traction. Like they gave me like two different, or not two, but two different sessions of traction. And the other one sucked balls. They're pretty fucking bad. The best one that I've done is the dead hang. That one is baller. That's what it looks like too. This is where your seller is, by the way. He's right here. There's a PT1. Just a note that Nvidia's CEO Huang just met with President Trump. I think this is kind of odd. Just a note to you out there, a few things. Nvidia CEO Huang just discussed export controls generally in the Trump meeting. Huang just met with Trump. This is an interesting one. Bond investors warned the Treasury over picking Kevin Hassett as the Fed chair. Bond investors have informed the U.S. Treasury that they are concerned about Kevin Hassett's likely appointment.
Huang says, I don't know if China would accept H200 chips.
As Fed Chair Reserve fearing that he may aggressively slash interest rates to satisfy President Trump. Bond investors warned the Treasury over picking Kevin Hassett as the Fed chair. Give me one quick second here, guys. I got to take this phone call. Hello. Did Mama find you? Okay, I'll see you soon. I love you. Bye-bye. I miss you. All right, here we go. Sorry to take a couple phone calls here. I got familial stuff I got to do. We had a child that was not quite missing, but she was excited and got on a bus or something, and normally she gets picked up. Long story short, she's here. We secured her.
PayPal shares dip in volume surge, last down about 3.2%.
Okay, we're going to take a look at the market together. So what we're going to do here is a couple things. We're going to make tomorrow's stream public. And so I'll be here all day long tomorrow. A couple notes here for you. I will be here all day long tomorrow. Friday's stream, I'm flying in the morning, so I will not be here for the stream. The stream will be up. There'll be no discontinuation of any kind of like updates or charts or any of that kind of stuff. The stream will be self-guided. When I arrive in Boston, I will hop on the stream and Discord, and we'll discuss where we are in the market and that kind of stuff. And I'll verbally talk to you on that stream. I think on this live stream, I'll be talking to you. I can patch myself in on a Google Meet. So you'll see my picture and all that kind of stuff, and I'll be here. And then I'll be back on Monday. So maybe a little bit of self-guided stream on Monday as well. I have to go there for family. And I haven't seen I have family that I need to see. And I've got some people getting older and that kind of stuff. And I couldn't do it over Thanksgiving. And I got hurt over Thanksgiving. And then people were trying to trade into Thanksgiving because of the money that can be made. We made a lot of money in that week, right? That we went vertical all week long. So we had a really good week last week. So I realized that some of you are coming back into the market and you want that same payout while you were gone on vacation. Same thing will probably take place this Christmas as well. And not only that, this Christmas, I don't want to say too much, but my oldest daughter has an operation she has to have over Christmas. So I'll be home for that as well, for that recovery. I should probably let you know that at least in case something were to go wrong. But I will be home for this. I'll be home for this Christmas too. So let's talk about today and last weekend. We're gonna go over to. We're gonna take a peek here. We're gonna delete everything here. We're gonna do this together, and we're gonna go first here to just an hour. Start right over here in an hour, and we want to talk about. We want to talk about this right here. Well, sometimes you'll traders say they make their entire year during a holiday, right? Made my whole year, bro, on Thanksgiving. Made my whole year on New Year's. Big moves in here, right? Thanksgiving week, big giant moves. It was a kick-ass week. We lost some money here, but not for what we made in here, right? It's a pretty good week. And we want to have an idea of what to expect coming up into this weekend. So today, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Monday, Tuesday. And I want you to start thinking about last week and prior weeks too, when we come into the end of a week and what happens the following week. We want to look back here on what does the market need to do? That's all we really want to know right now is if the way is higher and not lower, what does the market need to do? We're going to go right here. We're going to mark that one in right there. We're going to talk about this as a base case. We're going to look over here. And I like this one right here. Could say it's that one, but I don't think so. I think it's this one. This also matches this one right here. So we're going to bring that one over too. We want to talk about if the way we're on I guess it's macro, but on a thesis. Let's talk thesis. So basically, we got this one. And we have this one. And we're on a 1 hour basis right here. And the question is what? The question is the way lower? or is the way higher? Those are the two big things, right? If the way is not lower and the way is higher, as price is going right now, we want to see price come into points of inflection points of sellers, right? And find out. Find out, right? Find out. Listen to that again. Find out. So you've got this one right here. You got this one right here. Right? Somewhere in there. And this one right here. And you also have some big round numbers up in here, right? You got 685 up here. And there's some other important information here, which is what? What's some other important information in here? Earlier we sold. What's the bottom? Way is higher. So we come back up. We get told no. The way is lower. So what do? The way is lower, right? Nope, it's up. Okay. Nope, the way really is lower, bro. Okay, so we're going to go down now. And we find what we think is support to break above this and that, right? So theoretically, we have to come up here. We get told no, we end up holding it. We want to come up here and just test this, right? Even if we come down, we test that, right? Test that, right? Until we're actually told no. Make sense? Top line. So is your thesis new lows or not? If it is, we got to find out, right? And we know the last place we're told no is right here. Last place, right? If we don't poke our heads up here, if we fail to poke our heads up here, what does that mean? It means that low is not in, right? Means that low is not in. So that's bad, right? So the expectation here is that we're going to at least poke our heads up. Come back down, make sure the way is still higher, make sure that the buyers are still there, either here or here. Go all the way down here, do the half back trade, and then come up here. We can also do it like this. You tag that one, you tag this one, and that's all you need, right? Implication is that the top is not in. Implication is, even if you come up here and do this, fail that right there, maybe you get one more bounce. Really all you need, right? You could also do it like this. Fail this one, come back down, hit this one, come back up, and then boom up and out of here. Right? Something like that. Not in this time frame. Don't look at this here. That doesn't matter. But you get the point, right? And the inflection points, price or time. Time doesn't matter here. It's just price or time. Or a window too, depending upon binary events or windows of opportunity or opexes, quapexes, that kind of stuff. So we get all that out of the way. We need to know some important information here. The first part is this local area here. So the first thing we're going to look at is this first impulse move up right here. Okay. Make that green. And we're going to start a trend here. Now this looks like a bear flag, doesn't it? Why would this look like a bear flag here? See, we can go right here. It doesn't matter. Right about there. Go right there if you want. Right there. We have a bear flag, but why are we going up here? We're going up here to find out, aren't we? Find out. Make sense? If we get the rejection, go down, bounce again, hit this one, bounce, did everything we need to do, find the real support to come up and break above. And remember, too, that momentum plays into this. Momentum is going up right now in an hourly and half hour. We also have daily momentum coming up over here, don't we? Right? So we can even remember we start here. We're going to expect buyers here. We can even look at this like kind of like this here. Kind of start picking out some days too, can't you? And what's over here? Take a guess what's over here. FOMC. There's the FOMC. And here is your daily trigger. We'll just call that shocked Pikachu. Your daily trigger is coming right in line with the
Just a reminder,
FOMC
at
meeting.
the top of the hour, Trump is to make an announcement. We'll pop out
So
the
even if
video
you're
on the
gonna come
feed.
up
It
and
is on the
down in
left-hand
here
side
and
on the
jackknife
economic
us
calendar.
down, let's say. That FOMC meeting starts to make some, and it's important, isn't it? You just already see it. This is the start of the trade. You start to see that this becomes more important, doesn't it? Right? This is a back test of, are we going higher? Is the Fed accommodative or not? Is it a hawkish Fed? That matters, doesn't it? So we're going to come back to this. I want you to think about this line right here. This is
Just a reminder with what Trump is expected to announce. He said
77.11.
to roll back U.S. fuel economy mileage standards
an
for cars
important
and
level.
trucks. What had been tightened under the previous administration in support of cleaner vehicles and electric cars will be loosened.
This is the basis of this trade, isn't it? The
We have
basis of
posted out the
everything.
video on the feed for you to watch.
Start pulling this back and you start saying, okay, we're going out here to knock this stuff out. We're coming back down here for FOMC. We're going to find out if the way is higher or not. Make sense? If it isn't, that's pretty bad, right? We got it down here. We've got opex 696, but not 700. Right? We got a big bar on 700, don't we, in gamma? So let's start making some assumptions here. We start doing some counting here too, right? We're kind of long in the tooth here, consolidating flat correction, and we know there's probably some distribution in here. What does distribution usually look like? What's the distribution for a smaller frame? Remember when I told you we had the distribution going on from September? 3 highs, right? 3 highs, and on a smaller basis, we can probably say the same thing. So you got 1. Right, you got 2, and you got 3, and then you come back in, right? You're on that same plane right there, and then we have the decision. What are we going to do after that? Make sense? Pretty easy, right? We probably draw this just like this, right? Probably draw 1 up there, 1 down here, 1 right there, 1 down here. We're going to trust that line, right? We're going to go for 1 more right here, right? So let's put this in to start. Make that white. Make this 1. And I like buying the 80s down here. You see that nice little 80. This is 680.72 now. Right, this is the basis of the upside trade. And we're going to also look at something here, which we talked about today a few times. This is Friday. Right? We also have an opex today. So this is 1800. Right about there. Now, do we need to come all the way down here? Nope. We don't need to come all the way down there. We can draw this in, though. Do I think we're going to slam all the way down here? Maybe not. Maybe yes. I don't know. Right there. This one like this. And we also know that this Friday could take into Monday, couldn't it? Can I have this like up day on Monday, 9 a.m.? We'll bring this over. Bring that over there. Nice and easy, right? So the next thing we're going to do here is we're going to go to a weekly basis. Start with a week. I'm going to get rid of this stuff here. We don't need this line here anymore. We don't need that line there. This kind of looks wonky, but we'll start looking at it. This is a weekly basis. Here's our basis trade right here. Remember our basis trade? This is the start of our trade up, right? So we're going to make a big fat green line right here. And then we're going to look at something else here. We're going to post this in here. This is the big bad boy. We don't want to lose the one that we're in right now. So we're going to make this a W in white. You'll see it here in a minute. On a 4-hour basis, now you start to see, right? So we cannot break 674.76. We cannot break this. If we break this, we open a door. So we do this and we do this, and then we come down here, and let's say we go, whoop. That's not good, is it? That opens up those new lows to trade what? To trade 651. This is the one the bears want, right? Can't have that unless we break 674.76 with a new low. Write that down at home. So if we come down here, we have to hit 674.76 and then make a new low, and you open up the door to 651. Easy peasy, right? A lot of money in there. So we have a number now, right? 674.76. And this will change after the weekend. So we've got our 4 hours now in here. And look at this. I've got this down here, right? I got this one down here, but it's slightly higher, isn't it? So why don't we leave this closed right here? We'll mark this in right here. Make this boom,
So right in about a
intraday
minute's
trade
time,
a little bit
I should
higher.
expect to hear Trump to make an announcement.
4 right there. And we could probably put these in here, but we know what needs to be done. We see this. That's important, 683.11. We know that this is where the sellers were. We knew the sellers were right here. We know if we lose these sellers, we're going to flush, right? So we don't need to put that line in. We could, but we don't really need it, do we? I don't think that we do. We could put it in there if you want. No, we don't need. We already know. We already know where it is. So we're gonna go to a 1 hour, just like this right here. This is Wednesday, 1900. And this says
Apple
only.
top design
see that?
executive
Up
Alan
only.
Dye is leaving for Meta. So Apple will replace Alan Dye with veteran designer Stephen Lemmy.
I'm going to tell you this right there. That's a big ass flush, isn't it? And that would need to hold to go up. And you can see these lines right here. You see this right here? See these lines? This is telling you that there's no way back. You have to hold that right there. And if we lose this here, we're taking the whole trade back. So we kind of have to go like this.
So Trump
I'd have to go
proposes
up
dramatically
here.
slashing fuel economy requirements through 2031.
See these sellers
according to
right
the
here?
document. The US proposes to require 34.5 mpg average fuel
What does that
economy
look like?
by
So this is
2031,
your
down
resistance.
from 50.4
now turning into what?
mpg under
A new
Biden
level?
rules. Seeing NYMEX WTI crude January futures
And
settle
usually this goes
at
up,
$58.95 a
up,
barrel, up 31 cents, 0.5,
fade, right?
0.53%. NYMEX diesel January futures settle at
high,
around $2.30
A new
a gallon.
high,
Gasoline January futures settle at around
new high.
$1.82 a gallon.
consolidate, swing up,
Just waiting on the
hit that
natural
638,
gas
right?
closing to come through.
This is Monday at 9 a.m. Though we already know that I'm giving you more time than you need, right? We know that more than likely Friday, 10 a.m. Probably going to happen right there, isn't it? We'll give it here till Monday. So time or price. We also want to extend this out right here. And we know we have time and price on our side into Monday. Time and price on our side until Monday. If we had a drawdown in here, where would it be? We have Wednesday, Thursday, 10 a.m., 12, let Thursday flush. If there was going to be any flush right
Further
there,
from
maybe.
the Transportation Department estimates proposal
You know
would
you're gonna get
reduce
sellers
average
here.
upfront vehicle cost by $900.
You're going to get sellers in here, so we got to back that up. I really don't want that. I don't even want that there. It's up only, back test for the bottom, and then ramp-o-rama, right? Now, let's say we do all this up here. What are the targets? 688.75. We have the all-time high. Let's say we hit that all-time high. If we did hit that all-time high, what are the targets up there? We've got 690. That's in white or yellow. And then I already measured it 691.74. That's in red. Do you guys want to snip that for yourself? So what's going to happen in here? Oh my God, Cap, I'm bullish. Yeah, thank you for your money. Oh my God, Cap, I'm bullish. We could sell right there, right? Oh my God, Cap, look how much money I'm making. Down again, right? So where are you getting long? Say it again. Where are you getting long? You're getting long on this trend line right here. It was at 678, 680, somewhere in here. And where are you buying back tests? Buying back tests on the hour and half hour trigger. Right there. Or trend line, or even down here at 678, right? Bloodbath, whipsaw. Let's say you don't buy this. Let's say we come up here and this shanks. And it bounces. Right back in business again, right? Boom, long, money. Ching. Make sense? You don't need all this. Don't worry about that. Remember, you're always looking for back tests to buy. If you're not long already, you are looking for back tests here, here, and here. I'll give you the three places right now. It's back tests of 683.02 to a penny. Back test of, that's the hourly trigger, and then a back test of, call it a 680.02 and 678.53. We already know where to buy back tests right now, don't we? If you see at any point, let's say you saw us hit this and we blood down here, you start to see this, start getting worried. That's bad. But for right now, it's buy the dip or back into risk on. You're going to expect for these to be bought. At this time period, you're going to expect for these to be bought to trade these higher highs. I cannot guarantee you that 691.74 gets tagged, nor 690. I think your two best bets, your two highest probabilities are 685.75 and 688.82. Remember also that you see how you have, I want to talk to you about last week here for a moment. We had this bullish week. We were looking for the Monday up, but then we were expecting the bloodbath down to clear out Thursday, Friday early buyers. We didn't get that, did we? We didn't go up here and fuck around and then dump to clear out these Thursday, Friday buyers either, did we? We did it on Monday. We smashed down here, cleared out the early buyers on Thursday, Friday, and that automatically sets up the ability for the market to go higher and trade these upsides first and into the weekend. So
Seeing
when I
Apple
was telling
extend
you
clients
earlier
as
in the week
design executive
expect
poached by Meta.
the
Voice news
upside move
disconnected.
first, I meant it. Now, there is a chance that we could have been down here to unlock the roll later, like bloodbath down, but I expected it to come right back to do this and this before the roll. And the reason I'm saying that too is because I want to show you what my expectations are after this. Now, this is Monday. I'll be traveling from now, or not now, but Friday into Monday, right? So I'm flying back on Monday afternoon. And you guys like, hey, Cap, I'm so fucking bulled up, bro. You're in a fucking flight flying back from Boston to Detroit. And you're like, woo, bro, it's so awesome. Hold on a second here. Let's say it doesn't happen on Friday. Let's say this happens on Friday. Say this happens on Monday. I don't give a fuck when it happens. But I'm flying back on Monday, and you're like, bro, I'm long as fuck. I'm going to say, what are you doing? Let's see already mine, because I'm going to show you what I'm expecting once we hit this. Whether this is today or Friday or Monday. This up here, I'm going to show you exactly what I'm expecting, which you're not going to be happy with. You're going to be very mad here. Excuse me. No, you're not going to be a happy guy. And where are we at right here? It's right here. I'm going to extend this. Oh, no, nope. I was wrong. Remember all this stuff over here? It ain't going to be pretty. There it is right there. Right in here. See him right here? Right there. That's your last chance right there. Tuesday, 1600. This is just before FOMC, right? Now I want to talk to you about this here. This is going to be where things get important, okay? Now, what is important about this? Anybody? This is going to piss everybody off. Scene of the crime right here. Where's opex? Nope, that's Vixie right there, right? There's your Vixpiration. Right there. 1500. It's opex. $680 right there. Down. This is FOMC into where's expiration right here? Right there. Now I want to talk to you about this right here. This is what I want to talk to you about here. See this? I want to talk to you about this expiration here and this opex. This Wednesday, this is Friday. It like violence down and then violence straight back up again. It's going to be violent. What I want to talk to you about here is this. This is where it's going to be important for you to remember here. I will be here with you for this, but I want you to think about this right here. When we're done coming up here, right? We unlock all this stuff. Even if we hit this up here, let's say you start fading back down into this FOMC or whatever. Remember that on FOMC, this is a straight line here, not dotted. It means that this is an opportunity to go long, to go even higher. So if let's say we go up here and we go up there, do this one. This could be the impetuous to hit 690, 691, and then jackknife down for VIXY, and then back up into 85 or into 80 or even into 90 up here. 690 might be our opex. But I want you to understand that. I guess, that what I really want you to understand is that, or this one right here, wish I could draw this in better. This one right here could be null and void. You could be up here, down, and then straight back up again to right here. So I don't know when or if we hit this or how we hit it. If I had to guess, it would be in and around Vixpiration. And you might be thinking, like, Kat, there's no way we'll do this, but on Vixpiration, like a day before, it's like nothing ever happened. Like, you're in here for FOMC. Oh my God, bro, we're gonna hit this number up here. And then all of a sudden it's flush, 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 flush. And it's like nothing ever happened. And then all of a sudden, it's like it's never happened, like literally. And before you know it, we're 692, 700 into month end, and also into the first. If you're looking to get up into that, this is the 29th, 30th, 31st. These are the first few days of the year. Let's call this Wednesday, I guess. Let's go do Friday. So you might be thinking everything is over, but it really isn't. Here's your 700. The only reason I'm saying this about this stuff here is you get the flush on Vixpiration, you do the OPEX thing. I haven't checked to see yet where DivX is for this year, but they'll try to dump this for DivX too. We'll talk about that later, but you know, all of a sudden you're hitting this one up here, and then you're hitting 700. You know, you hit 692, and then you're hitting the 700 or higher after Jan 1, or even higher, like 705, 720. I do want you to know that I've got us going from whatever this is right here. I have us going right now to right here. I have whatever this buy is right here. Going right about there. So we're thinking farther out in time too. Kind of see it right here. And I want you to remember this right here. I want you to remember like all that stuff right there. Kind of see it right here. Kind of see it right there. This is a fake out. You know, up here, here's your 700. Before you know it, it's bam, like that. There's that 685 now becomes your new level. Pound all that out. Maybe just a little bit of blood in here. Just a little bit of wicking. So if you're like looking for that wicking, when I talked earlier and said you're probably going to get another chance, like this chance down here is like your second end of year trade. This Vixpiration will probably provide it, I think. I think you'll get it in here. And they're going to tell you stories. They're going to tell you how horrible it is. But for right now into Monday, when I get back, you don't need to worry about that right now. We'll come back to this later. I just want you to know you're going to get, as we go up, you're going to get another chance to buy a dip. I promise you. At some point, you're going to catch another dip. And it's going to be on this hourly trigger, or this daily trigger down here. Somewhere in here. I can't like promise you, I can't promise you if it's FOMC that gets us up to this one. Can't figure out if we go up here and smash this, or if we do this one, come down, and they leave you the opportunity on that straight line. Up, right? And then dot. Try to buy the dip, and then you get the FOMC crank up here to 692. Then you start fading. VIXy comes into play. That's when we start getting the VIX up. Everybody's scared shitless. Then we're back up into that 685 or even 690. Ramp up opex. Opex goes vertical. There's your 690. And then we're talking about DivX and 700 end of year and stuff like that. And at that point, that's December 18th. So, you know, you're like doing OPEX, and then we've got this here, right? Here's OPEX. Let's say it's 690. And then it's just like fuck around. And then all of a sudden, what are we doing? Whammo, right? Everybody's on vacation. Everybody's doing the thing. There's OPEX. 19th. I'll give you a day. 21st. 22nd right here. So you're like Rampo-Rama into the 90s, right? Fade. Everybody's going on vacation now. Everybody's partying. Everybody's doing blow. And all of a sudden it's, fucking whoopsie right up there. There's your 700. You're right in trend. You see that? Like right in trend right here. Bam. Oh my God, we flushed them out. Yeah, it's horrible. Whoop. Right up in there. Your OPEX is more than likely 690. Could be 685, but it's more than likely 685, 690. And then the unclench and a year, 700. Now, I don't have a stopping there. Oh, I have on 700 a sell. I do have a sell in the, like, right when we hit that, go down. But your daily trigger is going to be, like, right here. And I do have us trading, like, 717. We're on that trade right now. I've got us on, I think, 705, 700, or a failure of 700, 695, 700. And then I got us going to 705, and then I have us going to 717 before we're done. 717. in early January. And I think what they're going to do here, if I had to guess, if I had to fucking guess, right? They ain't printing that right there on the third. Nope, sorry. They ain't printing that until every fucking option dies on the 31st. They ain't printing that fucker. They're going to burn every goddamn call in here. They're going to burn every fucking call. This is when I was talking earlier about closure 700s out. Your call spreads, I want to warn you that if you have call spreads expiring on the 31st, and they will literally stop this fucking thing like right here. Let's say like if you got anything that's like 700 and over, they'll close at 0. I've got 695 to 700, but if you don't have, if you're like 700 and up, they'll literally you'll close at 0. And then they'll ram it up here to 705. Seriously. And then back down again. So for now, I want you to think about this as we move forward. Take a snip of this. I got PT. I'll do the PTs for you. PT1. And I'm going to write this in, okay? PT3. FOMO gang. PT4 FOMO gang up there. I want you to remember some rules. Remember that you can buy back tests of trend. You can buy back tests of that 4-hour line down below. Remember that the trade is alive as long as we're above 683.04, though. This is my staying alive line. Why? Because we're trying to hammer this out instead of resistance as support, right? This is our do not cross line. Staying alive, staying alive. You can get down here for a minute, but I don't like that at all. This, you could say, yeah, that's where it is, but I don't like it. But where we're going here and here, this is where you're at right here. So I want you to remember your rules. And I want you to also remember your rules. Don't be fearful, and always be looking for the pullback. If you're not in a trade long, always be looking for the pullback. Always be looking to buy the dips or back in to buy the dip. And even if the plan gets fucked up, you know what to do. I'll draw this in for it. I'll put it in just like this. Doesn't matter if the plan fails. You know what to do if the plan fails. Right? That shit's gold right there. God damn beautiful thing right here. Fucking love a plan. There you go. It's a beautiful fucking thing, isn't it? Well, so that's a good question. So my only point here is that if you think we're going to 700, like right now, this might not be for you. I don't think we can get near 700 until the end of the month. And I think you're going to get one more dip buy to trade that again. So if we have that pullback to the daily trigger at some point this month, if we get that on Vixpiration, if it's like a nightmare-filled day, just one day, opex, Vixie, I don't care. You should be Johnny on the spot, being ready to take a trade to like 717. So I'd say 700 to 715, and put some time on it, like, you know, January, February. And I think we have a real good chance of trading. Ready? 717. Anybody else got that for end of the year, January? Is it just me? 720. We're back on for that trade right now. We were off that trade, risk off, but we're now back on risk on. We're back on to the original risk on upside trade. So unless something changes where a back test doesn't, let's say we do it like this, right? Let's say the plan goes to shit. So we're coming down here and we come up to the daily trigger, right? We already know how to not get blown out, right? We already know this. Like, we're jacking down, we're jacking down, we're jacking down. Do we buy that daily trigger? Never, right? We always want to see the bounce, right, above the prior high. So we bloodbath through here. Oh, yeah, it's terrible, bro. I didn't put a new trade on. Oh, my God, it's all the way down here. It's terrible. Everything is awful. Oh, God, it's horrible. We break through here, let's say, right? And we never recover. No problem. We'll start looking lower. You didn't lose any money in a back test here. You didn't lose any money in a back test here. There's nothing lost. If we're down here, we're jacking tits down here, and all of a sudden we're like, oh my God, the year's over. It's 31st. We're out of here. Or maybe we're jacking down. We'll go up here, jack it down first. And if it happens on the first or whatever, we just don't place the trade. It's that easy. So for now, it's looking higher. It's looking like the market is supportive once again. But if we come into that market risk off again, we just won't buy calls. It's that simple. There is no gotcha moments. There really isn't. When people tell you there's black swans or you'll get caught in this or whatever, that's false. That's the top. That's not the top. The only thing you need to care about is you got a top. Are we risk on or risk off? If we're risk off, you don't execute any new longs. You'll always be given the opportunity to get out of those longs. And if we go back risk on again, you jump back in full bore, risk on until we go to risk off again. It's that fucking simple. There's no such thing as a fucking black swan. Does not happen. Created for you to consume, but there are such things as black swans. There's no such thing. You can manage your trading and manage if you should buy a dip, and you just have to be aware of what a top is, what risk on and risk off is within that thing, and then if you come back risk on again, what you do. And if you're going to risk off long, you're always provided the way to get out, at least once. So you step off, you wait until conditions improve, and then you're moving forward with the market. If the market continues to go risk off, you stepped off the market already, and you're not worried about being caught up in any kind of risk off any kind of risk off continuation. You should be able to do this all the time. I've had one instance that I could find that I wouldn't have known. One, going back to 1897. One where I was like, fuck, I wouldn't have caught that one. One time on a major market top, there was only one time where I was like, I would have missed that. Definitely. I would have been fucked in that. I would have lost a bunch of money, not a ton of money, but I would have lost enough where it would have hurt. With duration, it wouldn't have been a total loss, but I would have had I would have had bad. I would have probably lost about half the money's year. It was one time in the entire history of the stock market where I couldn't. I was like, I definitely would have missed that one. But even if you do, you just cut your fucking losses. But whatever, it's neither here nor there. It's still, the market still came back. So the only other thing I would say to you here is stick with the indexes. Listen to me closely. You can pick them if you want, but when we come into the end of the year, The easiest trade is to walk out of this year with money. I mean, you get the whack-a-mole going and you're like, I picked the wrong stock, or, oh my God, I should have just done this and that. Where if this is the end of a bull market at the end of this year, always collapse down to the indexes. Always. And if that means you're selling options, like buying shares, selling options, it is the easiest way for you to layer into never losing, to be honest with you. So end of years, I always like SPOOs. I always like SPOOs. SP fucking Y. And there's might be more glamorous shit out there, but it fucking, it's the gift that keeps on giving. It's the gift that always comes back. It's always the last to roll. It's always the one that doesn't take the hits like other things. Like people get washed the fuck out on bloodbaths. SPY, man, it's like it's the easiest fucking thing. SPOOs, just SPOOs in general. You got to learn to trade SPOOs. You'll never. I'm gonna tell you something right now. If you don't fucking learn, I'm gonna tell you a fucking truth. If you do not learn how to trade SPY, hold on, I gotta take this. I'm doing great, Trey. How are you doing? Can we? No, I got you. Can I make an appointment for the private office to talk to you?
What day were you thinking?
I gotta fly out to Boston on Friday. I'll be back on Monday. Can we do it on Monday or or maybe is Monday okay?
Yeah, Monday the 8th, that works fine. What do you prefer, morning or afternoon?
I could do it in the afternoon. I fly in I fly in back into Detroit Monday afternoon. I should be back here by like 2.
Okay.
Does that sound good?
You want to do 3 o'clock just to give some time to...
Yeah, I can come straight from the airport to the office.
Okay. Yeah, you plan it for 2 o'clock. No problem.
All right, cool. I'll see you there.
All right. I'll send the follow-up email
Hey.
with the invitation to WSBGAWC@gmail.com.
That's right. Yep. Hey, are we gonna trade 7,000 into the end of the year or what? Yeah, we're gonna trade 7,000 in the year or what? We're not gonna go past it. I can see that there's a big gamma bar up there, but
You said trade 7,000?
yeah, we're gonna trade SPX 7,000 at the end of the year or what?
You're talking about the SP.
SPOOs.
Right there. By the end of the year, you know.
How about 695?
It is most likely volatile. It is going to be volatile. You know, we're right on the edge of it. 6,800 is very much possible. If things go the way that I think they're going to go, then, you know, we in the Federal Reserve continue to cut rates like we think they're going to do, then I think it's very possible. I think it's very possible to break 7,000.
Do you think that maybe we're gonna get the fucking hawkish cut or some shit like that? And they're gonna pull some bullshit, rip us down for expiration?
We're going to get 25 basis point cut. I'm pretty sure we're going to get 25 basis point cut because they want to prioritize the labor market. Even the inflation is going to continue to be a little bit more elevated than we would like it to going into next year. But we just want to be able to protect the labor market, and that's why they're going to cut interest rates. So I don't think it's going to be a very dramatic cut. So I still think it's going to be 25 basis points. So yeah, that's right. I think it would surprise me if they go 50. If they cut like 50 basis points, that would surprise me. So I think it's going to be 25, and I think that's the market.
Yeah, I just don't want them to I don't want them to fucking like they frame it as like a hawkish cut and then like expiration comes into play and we dump for like a day straight, and then I want to save like the divvy for a SPY. So, anyways, all right, I'll talk to you about it more on Monday.
Okay, sounds good.
You too, brother. Later. Bye. Yeah, that's my financial advisor. I'm getting in trouble doing that shit probably. Yeah, no, that's my private bank. That's my guy. That's the guy that takes all my money. That's the guy that he's coming for his quarterly money. That's JPM. That's JPM Private Bank financial advisor. You couldn't hear him? Do you want to give you the lowdown on what he just said? He said you're getting 25 basis points cut. He said it's not going to be a hawkish cut. He said it's going to be volatile. He doesn't think that we can get to 7,000 before year end, and I don't either. I think you're going to fail it before the 31st. I'm going to agree with this guy. That's a smart guy. That's the guy that That's the guy that doesn't want to talk to you unless you give him $100,000 every time you talk to him. He's not a nice guy. That's right. That's Jaime Diamond's guy. His name is Trey. You can tell he's with a name like that, you know he comes from money. Okay, let's go back to SPY. Why is it important to learn the SPY? I don't care what you fucking trade out there. At some point, I don't give a fuck what you trade. At some point, you're going to find out that the S&P 500 is the most giving, regular, always there way to make money. Always will be there for you. There'll be times where it's trading sideways. There's times when it sucks. But you got to have that like regular thing with liquidity and interest. And it's always being talked about. And it's something where if you buy it, if you own it, you know, when they say like you're not gonna realize losses until you sell. The S&P 500 doesn't fucking go down. It goes up. Always. So if you've made money this year and you're looking towards next year, I want you to think about those lows. When you get a correction or a major correction or a crash or a bear market, when you have a major pullback that's 10, 15, 20, 30%, that you have the fucking money to buy it. So if you're going to the end of this year and you're thinking to yourself, what am I going to do? I'm going to play whack-a-mole. You don't play whack-a-mole. You make your money in the S&P 500 in case something bad happens or goes wrong. And not only that, you take your winnings and you hold them into the new year. You don't get the new shiny rock that you're chasing. You wait for the big dip and SPY and you buy it. You sell options against it. Next year, our focus is going to be on that. And if you're like, Cap, I don't have the fucking money. We spent this year following the market, didn't we? We switched our view this year and said, you know what we're going to do? We're going to try to follow how the market flows from month to month and quarter to quarter, season to season, and at the end of the year. And I want you to think about this for next year because you might say, Cap, I don't have the fucking money. I want to go chase that shiny object and blow myself up. I'm going to say to you, if you just trade the fucking SPY with easy fucking trades, layups, that you can come back next year and buy 100 Ford shares. You don't need to buy SPY. You can fucking buy something that mirrors SPY. Close enough. Lots of liquidity. And start to learn. Next year, it's boring as fuck, but next year, we are going to learn how to buy 100 shares of something. And we're going to learn next year. We're going to spend next year selling options. And we're going to teach you how to grow wealth. I don't want to be doing this with you in 5 or 10 years and you not be wealthy. I want to be wealthy with you. It's free. There's no paywall. There's nothing hidden. How many fuckers out there give you guys a free stream open with me here all day long, most days of the year? So we can start that next year. We can come into the twice a year, big major lows and buy something. And we can sell options against it together. And we can grow wealth and add more shares and enough for us to move on. If don't have enough money to go to the SPY, we'll start accumulating SPY shares together or SPX, whatever you want. You pick it. But I want you to know that SPY in particular, S&P 500, not SPY, SPOOs in particular, is something that is always going to be there for you. for the rest of your journey as an investor and trader. And no, it's not glamorous. This is not the way to have followers. This is not the way to be an influencer. This is not the pretty. This is the real. This is how you pay your bills and pay for your kids and pay for your wife and your husband, your 2 husbands. It's not fucking glamorous. But this is how it is. When you make money that way, you can then go fuck off and gamble on Crowd or SDGD or whatever, Spec Growth, BKV, CJON, Reddit, you name it, right? You could take that money you're making and gamble and say it's okay if I lose that money. I had this income coming in over here, this other shit that I do. And I think next year that's the plan. No more spreads, no more we'll do them, but we'll do 0 dates and spreads still. But next year's focus is going to be on accumulating shares of something. You get me? SPY, something like the Track SPY. We can do it cheap. You can do SPY, I'll do Ford. We're just going to learn how to accumulate. We're going to learn how to sell options. We're going to learn when we get a sign or we get rolled. We're going to learn how to do complex spreads, how to build them and take them apart, rebuild them, roll them. We're going to learn all that together. So I look forward to doing that with you next year. For the end of this year, you never, at the end of a year, ever want to get caught in picking the wrong fucking thing. And if you're going to get caught picking the wrong thing, that's it right there. And you might have said, oh, hindsight trading, I wish Cap I should have bought that fucking shitco. I would have been a billionaire. Fuck that hindsight shit. Hindsight is bullshit. I do it, you do it, we all do it, but you have to recognize that you're doing it. And realize that hindsight trading is fucking poison. It's poison, poison, poison. It is the poison to a trader. Know that the S&P 500 will take care of you forever, even if you're wrong. Even if you buy that fucking share, it's coming back to a new all-time high, isn't it? Every fucking time. It's a good feeling. You can be wrong. So I want you to learn. You've been learning the S&P 500 past, 5 years? Touch how to degenerate trade, touch how to do spreads, touch how to follow the market, seasonality, the how the market moves, when people are here and when you're not here, what to do when they're not here. All of it. I think we've come to that point where we start accumulating shares of it or something that mirrors it, whether it's VU, whether it's fucking Burke B, Burke Gay, or you name it, some kind of an index or something that's not going to go bankrupt. I think Ford's a good example of that. I think Ford's probably the cheapest one I could find that's, has enough liquidity, but we'll talk more about this in January. But right now, up is the way, target 685.83. For the rest of this week, this could happen sooner than Monday. Remember that. This could happen sooner than Monday. I'm giving enough time for Monday. What else is top line here? Be very careful when we go up there and hit these numbers. See these numbers up here? If I'm gone and you see us hitting these numbers, and somebody out there is telling you we're going to trade 700, and it ain't me, do not fucking trust them. You're going to see FOMO up here, and they're going to be screaming at you, we're going to trade 700, bro. 700 Monday. Don't listen to that shit. Don't feed into it. Buy when everyone's scared. Sell when everybody's excited. Go back to a 1 minute right here. Oh, fuck yes, booze. Just fucking do it. There and slap the shit out of it. Slap that shit's ass up there, baby. There you go. Reaching for the sky. Wonder where you are. And I'm wondering where you are. Where did this fucking trade start right here? Down here. Oh, yeah. I remember that one down there. Oh, yeah. 0 dates down here right in the open. Whew. What's that right there? What was that low down there? 679.18. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Whew. Oh, yeah. That's pretty good, right? Put that 1 hour back here for the back test buying. Like that right there. You like doing the dirty up there, don't you? Yeah, you do. I know what you like, Spoos. Regular printer. You can learn Qs, you can learn IWM, but the Spoos, it is the most beautiful thing in the entire world. There ain't nothing like it. There ain't a goddamn thing like Spoos. I mean, Qs are beautiful. You can make a bunch of money. Spoos, man, ain't nothing like it. It's the regular printer. Qs had a fucking bad summer, huh? Spoos didn't. Spoos had a good summer. Did your stock have a good summer? My stock had a great fucking summer. My stock was amazing this summer. It was so fucking hot. Such a good goddamn summer for Spoos. 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 Look at that beautiful thing up there. Note they were coming to supply at 685. Trading 680.60 right now. Fucking Spoos. I love this goddamn isn't that goddamn thing like this fucking index. What do we got here? Net gamma 700. We know we're gonna repel the fuck off that goddamn thing. We can print that shit. We'll print like 695 or something, 698. Let's look at some 1-day gamma. Oh. Note that 6850 is the note that we have a magnet 6850 in the close today. We have a magnet let me just check this. SPY gamma. We got a gamma pin right here. And we got a gamma pin right here. Below. And just a quick watch out here. Hold on. $109. $109. The gamma pin is right here. You know, the good news is this gamma is going to blow the fuck off in this close. Get a little bit of Vanna going. Vanna White. There's that half-hour trigger. You're looking for the flush. That's down here because this is 6850 on SPX. And there's a SPY pin right here. Now, once this stuff blows off, right? We are looking for... All these calls are in the money. Yeah, there's some 680 drag in here. There's a little bit of drag lower down here. After today to the downside. Let's have a look at this. See it right there? Staying alive line. And here's the other one right here, 680. There's a little bit of drag after today down here. A little bit of drag down here. Not necessarily down there, but I just want you to know that it's there. I'm going to pin over here, and then we have the ability to move more freely tomorrow. Thanks, Berlin. That could be the down move, that volume. No volume day is usually uppies. It can be downies too if we're in a downstroke. If we're in a downtrend, same thing applies. Yeah, you didn't see the chart that I posted? That chart is on. What am I missing here? Yeah, I got us pulling back. Just keep an eye on 6850 for pullbacks right now. Does that simplify it? 6850. You want to buy a pullback? 6850. I'll post it again. So here's PT1 right here. This is Wednesday at 1900. Pullback tomorrow. I've got us going up into the overnight. If they flush us here, I'd buy it. If they flush any of this right now, I think we're going to pin in here. But if they flush this right here, I'd buy it. Any flushing down here you buy today. The pullback zone right now is pullback zone is 683.75, 683.02. We should on the big pullback go down to 680. I think I got us going 83 or 80, somewhere in here. I think it's going to be 83 though. 83.02. This is your basis right here, or an intraday on this rip here, not on the whole thing, on just on this trend here. So excited. Here, we want to look at it again? So if there's any pullbacks today, we should trade from here 680, 571. And only once we hit that target do I think we do we reject it or poke our heads up and then roll. Then we'll trade like 83 or 80 again. We're not done going up. I'm giving you until Monday to hit the PT2, but I think you're going to hit it on like Friday morning. Like this one right here. This is, I believe this is Friday, or this is Monday, but you could do this on Thursday. Not Thursday, like Friday morning. Your high should come in. It should come in on the time-wise. It should come in Friday at 10. You should be at 688.79 on Friday at 10 a.m. 12. But I'm giving you till Monday to hit it. The PT3 and 4. If we hit these early, maybe we hit those on Monday. There's just no requirement that we do it, so. So remember, I think we're locked in here for right now. I think we're locked in here for the moment. Yes, just by calls. Abso-fucking-lutely. He gets it. No, I don't think it dumps. I don't think it dumps. Shit. Hold on here. So let's look at this again. We'll do it again. It's okay. So we're sitting on a 1-minute chart here. So this is Monday right here, right? I gave you more time. I gave you till Monday to hit this PT2, but you know, this could be something where we hit this one right here, PT1, right? And we're like in Friday close, we're hitting PT2. And then maybe get a little bit of a jump up on Monday to PT3 and 4. Still the same. That's still the same trend. But along the way, you're always buying dips, right? Now, this one right here, probably not going to happen. This is like a just in case. The reason I say that is because this trend right here has been nice. This trend has been beautiful. This one didn't quite get there. This one did. So let's say we come down here and you don't see you see the bounce on the hourly trigger. If you don't see this to buy, you buy that, right? So if you don't see that and it bloods, you're adding down there. Does that make sense? More sense or no? I'll be here with you tomorrow. The way is higher. We're going higher. See right here? Like, see this right here? The way is here. Here, up. Up. Follow your rules. Hold on a second here. What are the rules? If you're not long, what are you doing? What are the rules? We're on a high right now. If you're not long right now, what are you doing? What do you do if you're not long? If you didn't get long in yesterday's lows, if you didn't get long in the open this morning, what are you waiting for? Pullback, right? Pull back to the half an hour hourly trigger, right? Give you some targets. And you have some rules for that. Let's go look at this really quick. Okay, let's go over here. Okay. So let's just look at this really quick. So I say to you, you didn't get long, right? Oh, I was scared, Cap. Okay. You get so many chances for this. So let's say we moon. Say we go up here. Oh, you're angry, okay? Oh, shit, Cap, I should have chased. That's called hindsight trading, right? We don't do that here, do we? There's no crying at the casino, is there? Right? No crying, right? We lose, no crying. So we're not in that trade, right? Theoretically, it could be if we were above the white line. But that's a whole nother thing. You'd have to own the SPY and short it. That means you buy shares, and then you short the shares that you own. Most of you don't have $5 million to trade, do you? Or if you do, then I can teach you that privately. But so what are you doing here? If you're trading options or whatever, what are you doing? You're waiting for a pullback, right? Okay, so let's do it like this. That's our PT. The Cap's got it going up here. Here's our buy lines down here, right? This is where we buy the dip, right? Maybe I should be sharing these with you. Like maybe share these charts for you guys on TradingView. Let me write that down. I could do that too. You could manipulate them. And you could change your charts along with me. I'll look into it, but that is my point. Point here. Let's stay on task here. So Cap's saying we're going to go up here and trade 685.71. I was too afraid to buy the dip here. How about this? I was too afraid to buy the dip here. I was too afraid to buy the dip there. I was too afraid to buy the dip there. I was afraid of something crazy. Oh my God, I was afraid of that crashing this morning. You get in the picture? And now you want to get long right here. Does that make any fucking sense? No. And we broke through the hourly a few times, didn't we? That's bad too, right? That sucks, right? So how do we combat that? How do we combat fear? Well, we got some places to look, don't we? We got this 4 hour right here. We got a 1 hour right here. We got trend right here. So we got an hourly right here. So let's just start with this. I'm going to show you what this looks like. So let's say it goes like this. So, okay, Cap, you told me not to do that trade, bro. What if you took it? Go up here, we wake up at 9 a.m., there's no buyer, you're losing money again. Right? So let's do it this way. Let's do it like this. We jackknife down right here. Do you buy that? The answer is no, right? Do you buy that? The answer is no. Right? We're not above the 1 and 5, are we? Okay, so we blast down here. Oh my God, we went right through it. Oh my God, I went through both of these. Holy shit. We buying that? Fuck no. If it recovers, do we buy that? We buy that? Nope. We need that, don't we? Back down right there. So the 5 minute swoops down right here, back up right here. 1 minute swoops down right here, back up right there. Hourly triggers underneath. We could buy that, couldn't we? So we're underneath over here. We've got the prior high beat with a new high. We come back down. We're back testing. Oh, we break that one right there. Come back down. That's pretty good. And get back long again, right? But did we get caught up in here? Nope. Did we get caught up in here and blast down? Nope. We waited for the recovery, right? Let's say it gets worse. Let's say it gets uglier. So we're trying to buy a dip now. Oh my God, broke right through. We come back up here. Oh, we failed again. Oh shit, that sucks. Were you gonna buy that? Fuck no, I wasn't buy that. Oh my God, it's all the way down here. Terrible. Right? Do we buy that? Nope, we don't buy that either, do we? All of a sudden we bounce, we come back down here. Bam! Now we're in business, huh? See right there, prior high, bounce again. All of a sudden we're bouncing right. That's got my interest. All of a sudden we're underneath the hourly trigger. That's terrible. Hourly trigger's coming down. I'm watching this right here, right? Watching this right here. All of a sudden price goes whoopsie right above it. Whoa. Here's your hourly trigger. Then, of course, blast down. This thing's on fucking fire. Oh my God, everybody's on fire. Pants on fire. Whoop. Hey. I've got a marked low. I got a prior high. I got a new high. I got the hourly underneath me. Back test this one. Make a new high right here. And all of a sudden, I got price. 1 minute, 5 minute, hourly. I got two highs. Doing pretty good, doesn't it? Two new highs, turn it around. Let's get some money on this. Back in the money again. But I'm afraid, Cap. I'm like, how could you be afraid with all of that information? We're grinding our way back up again. What are we targeting now, Cap? Oh, we start seeing the crime, bro. There's the money. What about that last pop, Cap? I don't know. Oh, new high. Okay. Jackknife it back down. Come on, the 1 minute trigger, 5 minute trigger, hourly triggers back. Hey, we're going to buy that again. Buy, buy, buy. So we're always looking for back tests to buy, right? Let's say you want to chase this. I'm telling you, it's up here somewhere because of why? In the middle here, aren't I? Look at that. Right up here. Notice how we're above this line. Notice I get below this line. Above this line, below this line. Hey, we're above that line again. All of a sudden, we're below that line. We're off and running, right? So are we good to go up here? Yes, we are. We're above the 1 minute trigger. You got to be diligent, don't you? We can do this on a 1 and 5 minute too. If you do this on a 1 and 5 minute, you go just like this. You want to just like 0 dates or futures. There's a little fiver right there. Now, here's a bigger thing. You actually hit this one right here. That implies that one, but I'm going to give you the alternate count here. So you gotta get that one. I would prefer water. Let's say you fail this one. Where does that go next? To a new low, right? Where's the safest part of this trade? This is the most dangerous part of the trade. This is the most dangerous part. Now, this is fairly dangerous too. Where's the juiciest part of this trade? Not this either. These are never. But these are right here. These are pretty good. But only to there. Juiciest part of the trade is about right here, right? But only if you get the new high, right? If you get that new high, then that's juicy, right? So notice how we didn't get the new high there? See how we didn't get it? We didn't hit this one. We didn't hit this one, did we? So is this bullish or not? I'm going to tell you right now, it's not bullish. Let's watch it closely here. You can do this in 1 minute if you want. You need to, like, tick this. Did we tick that? This is very, very bearish, by the way. You'll get none of this. There's one more layer right here to give it up. It'll drop it down and go like this. And we'll start running to the downside. Where's the best part of this trade? In here, right? But you still need to hit that one. And then you buy this back test right here. You buy this one, slam it, and you're out. You don't care if it goes up or not for the rest. You're like in here. That's where the money is right there. This is going to roll, by the way. I think. Yeah, it's going to roll now. So you can actually see it before it happens. So watch this right here. See how you didn't see I didn't catch that new high? Now we're going to turn down. You needed this high right here. Watch what happens here. This should look like this. There. When do you get on this trade? Do you take this trade now? I say no. When do you take this trade? That's right about here. You want to see this right here and then the new low. Right when you get that low right there, it's going to be like straight down. This is where the money is right here. You want to see it play out? There's the new low. See it? There's one, there's two, and there's three. You want to get out like at 683.85. You want to get out like right around here. There's your first plunge. See that wick right there? I don't even have anything up anymore. I don't even have a line for 4 p.m. Should move that over, shouldn't I? It now? You guys scared down here? Is that better? Remember we said this is the top up here, right? Remember up here? Is that white line? Nice and clean. It's going down. Come on, a little more. Down. That right there. Oh no, go back down. I want to buy this down here. That's why I'm wanting it to go down. A little bit more, just a tiny bit more. Tiny bit down. Pound it down just a little bit more. There you go. Heel. Yes. Yes. Pound it down. Down there. Yes. Oh, yes. Yes. Get the fuck out by the time we hit the white line. Get out like here. We're pretty close here. That's like pennies there. I know you want to take it down there, though. All those early bull buyers don't want to wait to buy a dip. Oh, God, yeah. Come on down. Oh, yeah, come on down. Oh, God, yes. Oh, yes. Oh. Oh. Oh, God, it's hanging dong. Oh, God, yes. How'd that feel, Bears? You like that? You guys getting hot and sweaty out there? How them Bears doing? Is that okay? Yes. Oh, God, yeah. Now what are we doing? Now what do we need here for the Bulls? You buy that dip? And say, no, Cap, we ain't buying that yet. You just taught us what to do, Cap. All right, what do we got to get above here? If we're going to save this right here, we need what? Right there. Start talking about buying a dip somewhere in there. so bad. Just following candlesticks. Yes, no, yes. Did any guys come in here and attack that really quick? That's free fucking money right there. There's a bunch of cash in there. So now you want to buy a dip now, right? You can't buy that. Well, you can probably buy that for a minute, but you probably have to do that with like a 10-second chart, but it ain't gonna go down that fucking fast. What you do is you want to see, if you're a bull, you want to see what? You want to see a bump up here, back underneath that 1 minute trigger. Are you buying that? You can start thinking about it. I wouldn't. I would like to see what? Right here, you see that up there, that big red bar right there? I'd like to see that pop one time up here, come back down, and then start getting busy over here. And what did you waste here? A couple pennies? Yeah, you didn't get that. Right back on track again to trade the 686, right? If not, what are you doing here? I always teach you guys these rules here, right? This is like on a mini basis how you do not get trapped or a black swan. Do you see price action at the moment telling you to buy a dip? I'll just point blank ask you. Right now at this moment, do you see a dip buy here? Say no. The answer is no. All right, good. So you're not buying a dip yet, right? We'll just watch this closely into 4 p.m. We're just waiting for this right here. Half-hour triggers right on the hourly button right here. Also, note down below that the half-an-hour trigger is right here, and there's a gap to close at 6829. They're just waiting right now. We ain't doing anything right now. Oh, trying to recover now. Spy trying to pull its pants up right now. There you go, Loxley. Good job, Loxley. I want to chase the fire cap. Don't chase the goddamn fire. Wait for a fucking dip. We're almost there. I want to buy that, to be honest with you, but I shouldn't. So I'm not going to do it here in the show. So I want to buy the fuck out of that right now, but I'm not going to do it. I'm not gonna. I'm gonna stay with the rules. The more blood I can get, the better. That's how I feel about this all the time. Like, just give me more blood. Make it worse. Yeah, pound them out of there. Take those early buyers out of there. Flush them. I always like fucking doom. I'm always like, bring on the doom. Lay it on me. Pour a bucket over my head. It's discount time. Bring this over 1615. Dude, just pound him out. It's like fucking pound him for like 5 seconds. Like, we could do this after the bell, just like fucking boom. Buy that shit at the close. That'd be dope. I know, I like more flushing. Do you see that? Bear market done, dude. Come on, just like one more fucking flush. Be like a quick red bar straight down. A big old red bar down there. All these early fucking buyers for tomorrow. Don't worry, bulls. It'll all recover. It'll all come right back. They'll do a hit and run, and you'd be like, oh my God, my hair is on fire. And before you know, we're right back up there again. Let's move this over here. No trade for me right now. I'm going to try to be nice here. I'm going to stick with my own rules that I break all the time. My fucking degeneracy. Landed right where I said it would, didn't it? Check that bad boy out right there. Woo! Woo! So I got to know where. Saved by the bell. It's like magic. Oh, fuck yes. Yes, sir. We can stick around until 6:15 or 4:15. Wait and see. Sometimes you can get some fucking. Sometimes like you get a shitty like not a even if you go up on an ER, if you can just like blast down quickly. Like ERs are great for that. Like you'll blast down, you come back tomorrow, it's all repaired again. There's still a little bit of that here. You see it? So here's SPX and here's a gap. So what would I do right now? Let's talk about this real quick. So this is SPX, right? Look at this real quick. If I was Asia or if I was London, where would I be trying to buy this? If I was Asia and London. Down fucking here. David AMS is like, fuck that, I ain't buying that. I'll send that shit down to me in London. Right? Comes back up in cash market again. Hands it back to you. The dealers are there again for you. So even where we are right now, I mean, a cash market trader could probably buy this. Like you wake up in the middle, like you're buying this into the close. This shit plunges. And then it's back up here again, 8:30 in the morning. And we're out of here again. There's something else that could happen here too. So here is, where's 9 a.m.? Down here, right? Plunge it down there. I'd be down here waiting. If I was trying to buy this for this right here, plunge this down here for Asia and for well, Asia's over here. And London's somewhere over here. I'd buy the fuck out of this. Send it up here and then dump this shit on you at 9 a.m. So I guess you could buy this, but is there a buyer there? That's the next big question. So call spread. They wake up at 9:30 and they're shitting on you again tomorrow. Then you're like London traders down here. See, a London trader runs this shit up into the open, sells on your ass. Comes back down into the morning. Let's back up again. There's some good action here for tonight, for the overnight. This is a good futures trade right here. You can like party to the downside in the overnight, rip it back up, hit the target at 9:30 in the morning, sell that shit at 9:30 in the morning, blood that shit down into like 10 or 12, 1 o'clock, and then pick it back up, run that fucker back up into Thursday close. Should be a good day. Should be a good day and night. The overnight should be spicy as fuck. I wish this would plunge in cash, but I don't think it's gonna. I was hoping for this to happen like right here. I'd buy the fuck out of that in this close. They're not gonna give us they're not gonna give it to us. And they're not gonna pay us for that. Cash market's not gonna. This has been good after hours trading. I don't think we are we? Check this. Yeah, we're way above negative gamma here. We'd have to be underneath the hourly trigger on SPX. We're on positive gamma right now. I think in the overnight it doesn't matter, but you gotta remember it's dealer from market to market, so they'll buy it back in the morning. Like all this overnight shit. Like if let's say Asia doesn't show up to buy and London doesn't, it'll blast down. Then they buy it. They run it back up. Dealers will be neutral on whatever that opening price is, or even it's higher. Dealers want to sell it. So if we get to like the 86 or something, dealers will step in and sell it again. They'll be flipped again. Yeah, I feel the same way too, Demigod. I used to be a futures trader. I hated it. It like ruined my life. I was trading futures in COVID, and it was a fucking nightmare. So then I switched. Actually, David was trading the overnights, and I was trading the days. And I was like, I ain't doing this shit anymore. So I started trading with David, and I used to trade not 24, but basically 24 hours a day. And I wasn't getting any fucking sleep. And like David was trading the nights, and so I trusted him as a trader. And I was like, can I just meet up with you in the morning and you give me your take on the day, and I'll tell you what I think at the end of the day. And so we would just switch off with each other every day. And it like made my life more sane. I didn't have to because I would like place a trade, and then Trump would fucking hold a presser at 4 p.m. and destroy the world. And then he would come back at 8:30 in the morning, and he would like repair it, or he would moon it and then dump all that shit on the open the next day. It was a fucking nightmare. My wife hated me. I was like the perfect stereotype of a futures trader. Like bathrobe, unshaven, no sleep, no showering. And I'd go down the fucking rabbit hole for like 2-3 days and fucking pop my head back out. That was some insane shit. I've never traded like that ever. I've never seen that since. This is like Trump Part 2 is nowhere near Trump 1. Like Trump 1 was way worse. way fucking worse. And the other thing about Trump 1 that I'm waiting for is I haven't brought this up yet, but I wonder when the market stops listening to Trump. Not a good or bad thing. Trump brings a lot of money to the market. This is my trader hat on right now. I wonder when the market stops listening to him. I remember when he stopped painting the tape, or he tried to paint the tape one day, and the market didn't react, and it rippled around the financial markets. That he wasn't able to paint the tape anymore. I don't know when that happens in this term. Had the terms been together, we probably would have hit it this December, I would think. No, next December we would have hit. I think next December he wouldn't paint the tape. Where it puts his presidencies have been split up. I wonder if he's really maximizing it. He's getting more than a 2-term president that uses the stock market. Not many presidents use the stock market. Or they only use it sparingly. Trump knows how to use it. He's gotten better at it, too. He only had 2 guys in the White House from the streets the first term. This time he has way more people from the street in the White House. He's way more aware of the markets right now. We used to make jokes about him, like trading on his phone in the toilet before he'd come out. His painting the tape now is way more refined than it was his first term, in my view. If you're gonna get long, this is the time. But I wonder when he's not gonna matter to the market. I think there's gonna come a time when, if I had to guess, I think that when the midterms heat up, if poly markets start saying that they might lose, there could be a window of no impact on markets. But if he wins, I think he'll come back and impact the markets for at least another year. So it'll be like a small period, maybe 3 months or something, where he doesn't impact markets, and then depending on the outcome of the midterms, he could impact the markets for another year at least. I think he'll impact the markets now until probably midsummer. We'll know more in like May, June, then July. We'll know a lot in the fall. You'll start seeing pricing in of the outcome for the November elections, August, September, somewhere in there. We got to watch closely. Like May, June, July are going to be very important next year for midterms and whatever poly market's saying and that kind of stuff. It'll have a long impact on the markets. These midterms are going to be huge. I don't know if you guys know that. Like impacts on markets, like the midterms can lock in another 10 years of policy or thrash all of this policy. I think these midterms are critical to the direction of the policy in a big way for a long period of time, like 10, 12 years. 10 years, not 12, but 10 years. 8 years real effect. Substantial. I'm not buying this. I'll wait for the open tomorrow. I'd like to see a flush, or I don't think I'll find a buyer at the open. When I either won't find a buyer or it's going to be lower for me to buy. I don't see an edge here buying this close. If they could have dumped it some more, I would have bought it, but we have some cleanup in aisle 7 to do down lower. So we'll see if they can do it in the overnight, whip it back up. Okay, you guys have a great night. It's 4:15. I'll see you guys tomorrow at 9:30. The private stream, do you guys really want it tomorrow? We can do it tomorrow if you want. Or we can do it like Friday afternoon. We can do it from my hotel. I can stream from the hotel. I got no plans Friday Friday morning when I arrive in Boston. I'm just getting settled in and meeting some family members. I got to go meet Vol Wiz too. That's I'm out there for business too. So I'll see you guys tomorrow at 9:30 in the morning. We'll start the stream public. If you guys don't feel confident on Friday, I can maybe make the second half of tomorrow private. Just give you some confidence or whatever you need. Cool. Okay, I'll see you guys tomorrow at 9:30. Later. I don't see any edge here. You could just call spread. So if you get flushed, you'll be okay. But I like the idea of the flush or a sell on the open.